Oh, okay, there we go. I know what happened there. La li la li la. Oh, look at that. Might get a little bit of fluffage. It's kind of. Go back on comms, Sheepy, please. What the? Who the? Oh. Hello. What's that all about then? Hello? Oh. Oh dearie me. Flipping Nora. Right, okay. Why don't it just go straight onto the Bluetooth rather than me having to select which Bluetooth when it knows the Bluetooth's on? Anyway, whatever. Nice clean shot. You got the, I take it you got the Hyatt banner up, GP, yeah? Nice. Need to. Maybe they weren't watching when we stopped or something like that. I don't know. Two 747s inbound, folks, for your delectable delights. Cathay Pacific 747-8 or Inner Continental, and Cargologic 747-400, an old classic. Oh, got the 777 by the looks of it. Give it to me, delicious ice cream from Italy. Turkish? Greased it. Nice. Quite a bit of aero brake there. Brought the front end down nice and soft. Minimal amount of engine braking. More on the brakes, and those big speed brakes as well. Ground spoilers at this stage. Dumpers, or dumps, that some people call them. Speed brakes, dumps. So just a nice bit of easy control on those engine brakes. No what? Okay. Oh, sorry about that. Oh dear. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Wow. That's gratitude for you, isn't it? Phoenix Night Rose as it is. Phoenix Night Rose is back. I thought Phoenix Night Rose was already. Did maybe? Oh, it's a payment fixture. Sorry. Phoenix Night Rose, good to see you back here. 6YK, Sean Hunter, Jamie Brazier, Keith Cornell. I suppose the JetBlue is N4022J Juliet again. Okay, we'll keep an eye on that. Thanks, Keith. Ross Field, tuning in from Vancouver, flew out of London Heathrow on Thursday. A very good, warm welcome afternoon to you, Ross. And just to let you know, hopefully we are planning to make it over to Canada. All things looking quite positive at the moment with Canada. Oh, it's not George, is it? I spoke to him the other day about the Little Granston Air Show, Gilly. It's all going ahead. This isn't George, is it? He keeps inviting me up in his helicopter. Is this him? If it's got a red flash on it. Oh. No. Oh, it's come out of Gosport. All right, okay. Right through there. So yeah, more plans afoot, folks, for overseas shows. Don't forget Toulouse at the end of the month, where we're hoping to see quite a lot of action on the ground and also, of course, in the air as well with flight testing. Not just flight testing customer aircraft here, folks. Airbus carry out a lot of testing of new equipment, updated systems, maybe a slight modification on an engine, or whatever it might be. So quite a lot of stuff going on in Toulouse, and of course you'll see what they call the gliders out there, where the aircraft are wheeled around the airport, around the airfield, should I say, with no engines on them. And they have counterweights on the engine pylons to mimic the weight and balance of the engines, of course, which is right down to the ounce of the engine weight, so that they can obviously sit correctly on their undercarriage and their tyres and so on and so forth. Last thing you want is one of these things to be front or back heavy with no engines on it. Especially it would be at the back, of course. A couple of American jets. Ah, beautiful, look at that. Bigfoot Qatar. Of course, 8 o'clock tonight, the northern runway is due to be shut down for the last few nights of repairs, I believe. I don't know if there's any visible signs at the moment. Oh, say there. Let's just have a little look. Can't see any sort of like visible signs like you see road repairs where there are big new patches on the runway. Trouble is that everything is sort of at an angle to us here, so it's a little bit difficult to make out. 747, second out, folks. Isaac Mills, 2 747s in a row. Is that literally what it is? Is the Cathay and Cargo Logic inbound together, folks. Trev Line, good afternoon to you. Marjana, good afternoon to you. Rab H, Sarah Deal, Chris Norman, John Grinham, Leslie Donaldson, Bits and Pieces, Russ Phillips, Bainzer. Wondered if it was a freighter additional option. Okay, what's that all about then? Interesting. Those guys out in Germany, EFW, Echo Foxtrot Whiskey, freighter conversion specialists, incredibly busy, getting all kinds of orders from lots and lots of places. Probably finding it a little bit difficult at the moment to actually source the aircraft. Saucy. Alex Cordiner tuning in from Jersey. Good day to you, Alex. Andreas Krugel, plane spotter 05. We're going to see a 747. We are, Andreas, and plane spotter 05, sorry. And here she is, the first one in line. Somewhere there. There. Looks like it's Cargo Logic, the first one, 747. 400 freighter. Come on, hold up, hold it up, hold it up. Quite blustery, I've got to say. Although, if anything, it's more sort of like a headwind for them, so they won't be affected so much by the sheds and the big infrastructure at the beginning of the runway, which when they're on heavy southwesterlies, you'll see quite a lot of bouncing around. Let's just see if we can have a quick spot of the where is it? It's, I normally see it. Oh, there it is there. Yeah, so it's a little bit southwesterly. Anyway, here we go. Where's she in from, GP? Do we know? Frankfurt. She's in from Atlanta. Okay. So this will be turned around within probably within 2 hours, I would have thought. Depends on what she's got on board, of course. It's quite a stiff breeze, I've got to say. Smooth, very smooth. She's a nose loader, pure freighter. One of 2 aircraft in the Cargo Logic fleet. It's interesting to hear that little noise, which is very similar to the noise of the F-15s up at Lakenheath with their exhaust nodules, the moving parts of the exhaust petals, as they're sometimes also known. Those electric leading edge slats on the 747. Might hear it again. Oh, bloody hell. How annoying is that? And your phone just goes into portrait and won't. It goes into landscape and you can't get it off a landscape. Trying to shake the flipping thing like it's going out of fashion. Oh. Will you stop doing that? Right, screen lock. For God's sake. Max going up, is it? I don't know if it's a Max. No, it looks like an 800. Egypt's hair as well. It's a beautiful thing, isn't it? Hey, yeah, that beautiful big thing. Okay, here we go. On approach. Finally. Manned GRV video, is it? Or M and GR video? Or is a new member? I'll come to that in a second. Greased it. Yeah, I'd say I'm probably about 100 feet up here. It's quite blustery, gotta say. That wind flexing. All okay, GP? From 747. Oh, okay. Yeah, yeah. Here we go. When's the last time we said in the space of 10 minutes 747 number 2? Frankfurt, I think. This, ladies and gentlemen, is the big Queen, the 800 Intercontinental, which, to be honest, Boeing probably had a lot more hope with this aircraft before. I mean, it was seen as a direct competitor to the A380, but then of course the big twins started really taking front stage, and yeah, very windy. Heavy. Cathay Pacific going through even more financial issues, problems at the moment with their shareholders. Dividends looking like they're not going to get paid, or she's heavy, man. She's heavy. Gonna run it on. Big old girl, look how long she is. is it 20 metres or 20 feet longer than the 747-400, I think. An extension to the fuselage. Same length upper deck. Obviously that upper deck used for crew rest area. But also, interestingly enough, it has the fairing on it, like that. The shape of that upper deck is the way it is because originally, when the 747 was conceived, it was conceived as a freighter aircraft, and in order for them to utilise the nose loading capability of that freighter, they had to obviously put the flight deck right up on top. Above the nose hinge area, and as a result of that, they couldn't just square it off at the top directly behind the flight deck. They had to smooth it out, create an aerodynamic piece of bodywork, which would literally work in the wind tunnels. But also, the great thing is that by doing so, they had an area upstairs, which is why they created the upper deck first class area in the original 100. And some good old classic pictures of and videos as well of old, beautiful old 747s in their original with their original upper decks, with all the flowery stuff. All the flower power stuff, you know, all just the seating arrangements that they had up there were just fantastic. Certainly nothing like nowadays, of course. There we go. Mario Beatty, aerodynamic bar, more like. Hey! SAS 320 Neo inbound from Oslo in 9 minutes. Thank you, Sonia. First flight to Canada was on a BOAC 707 miles high. Wow. Wow. BOAC 707. Oh, did he? Dawn DeFern would have loved to have flown on one. Yes. 250 feet in length, 400 variant is 231 feet. So there we go. 20 feet longer. Wow. Thank you, Sailor Mike. Christopher McDonald, and the staircase, of course. The change from the 200 and 300. Wow, look at that. Graciously, that 350 goes up. I think the 300 to the 400 variant was 100 to 200 was number of seats upstairs in the upper deck. 200 to 300, I think, was obviously modified. But at some point, I think it was with 300 to 400 where the circular staircase became straight. Start up. Baby. Paul Skilling, good afternoon to you. Yo Kennedy, Ubi Aviation 380, rational pragmatist. Martin Smith. No. Paddock obviously is primarily for arrivals, overhead arrivals. So we ran out of time, Martin, is quite simply what it was. Just a massive amount of confusion there, because when we were doing those updates yesterday, they were definitely coming in on the southern runway. But anyway, it is what it is, and we're here now. And a big thank you, folks, also to the great guys here. Look at that in one shot there. 2 747s. these guys here at the Hyatt Place at London. And of course, if you book to stay here, make sure you take advantage of the Big Jet TV package deal that the guys here have laid on at the Hyatt Place, where you will in that package deal is the large room with the 5.5 metre window overlooking this side of the airport on the 5th floor, and of course access to the Blue Sky Suite, which is up here on top of the roof, where you're able to sit and enjoy a drink, some snacks, hang out with friends or family, and enjoy the sights and not so much the sounds at this point up here, because obviously it's very well soundproofed inside the Blue Sky Suite. However, I am making plans for Nigel. We're only making plans for him, and he must be happy. Yeah, we're only making plans for Nigel. Sorry. We're making plans. I'm hoping to get a microphone system rigged up so that I can play the live audio out into the Blue Sky Suite for you guys, so you can hear everything that's going on out there. Rational Pragmatist, welcome back to Executive. Tommy Ernst, nice. Is the 350 for training purposes on holiday traffic to Madrid? What was that for? Is that a BA 350 going out to Madrid or something? Did I miss it? Tommy Ernst, thanks for that. More cargo into Heathrow, but when will the post office hub let my parcel go, Les? Cameron 2020, spent time in the upper deck bar of the 747s in the late 70s. Wow, what a swinging time to do that, Carmen. You and Lee, really shows how big aircraft are. The tractors look huge on the road, but tiny on the airfield. Yes, they do. They do. A human being. So we'll have a little look and see, because we have had times when the 747s with CargoLogic haven't even offloaded any cargo. Doesn't look like there's anything coming off that one. It might just be a tech stop. Jackie PFC, Jilly, did you try and jump on that one for Jackie? I'm watching on. Okay, which should be helping you, Jackie. Sorry, Mario Beatty. Nice shout out. Did I shout for somebody? Sorry, Mario. Disney NJet Videos. Welcome, NJet Videos. Sounds pretty cool. Hope you're well. Disney 1989. Ian Snelling. CargoLogic Air and Airbridge Cargo are part of the Volga Nepa group. Yes, indeed they are. I mean, it's not something that they like to make a big thing of, let's be honest, with CargoLogic versus Volga Dnepa and ABC. ABC and Volga Dnepa, even, you know, they try in their own individual ways to stand alone with what they do. Volga Dnepa are primarily the heavy lift side of the group, even though Airbridge Cargo are linked to them. Airbridge Cargo operating the 747s, primarily Volga Dnepa operating the AN124s, IL-76 aircraft, and 737s as well, going in as feeder freighters into places like Cologne. But yeah, hopefully also we are planning. I've got a meeting. I've got a Zoom meeting, a Zoomies meeting tomorrow with the folks in America about doing a show from. That's interesting. Cathay Pacific. Oh no, he's going to turn. He is going to turn. He's just been waiting a long time to cross the active. Yeah, hoping folks to bring you a live airside show with a freight, with a large piece of freight that's being shipped from Milan Malpensa out to the US, and we've been approached by these guys, and they want us to film it for them exclusively. And of course, again, not charging them anything. That's not what I do. We do it for you, because everything I do it for you. Do. Oh my. Oh no, that was the wrong one. It was a fella from Queen, wasn't it? The Ford advert. Anyway, whatever. There we go. Oran O'Sullivan. It was Brian, I don't know. Any show from Ireland coming up soon, Jerry? Yes, Oran. Yes, I think that, I don't know if, hopefully I've got your name, I pronounced your name right there, Oran. Yeah, most definitely a Dublin show is due quite soon. Not that far off. Just bear with us, if you would. Richard Mortara. It's regular to have wide-body aircraft on the London Heathrow Madrid route due to volume of cargo and on normal times of passengers. Yes, I mean we did have in the past where we some of the A350 pilots, when BA introduced their 350s, they were using that Madrid. Was it Madrid or was it? Yes, it was Madrid, wasn't it, Chile, that I flew the 350? Yeah, they were using that route for pilot affiliation, so that the pilots became affiliated, or you know, they could refresher courses as well, but not so much refresher courses because they were brand new. It was mainly in order to train the pilots up. And give them the opportunity to have, you know, because Madrid's not a long flight, you know, so therefore they could possibly carry out a few more operations than they would do on an international route, for example. Yeah. And at the moment, of course, both Virgin, I think Virgin doing the Madrid route as well for freight, as well as British Airways, and utilising the bigger aircraft. Purely down to freight capacity on board the aircraft, or capability, should I say. Blimey, sounds like Brighton Beach. Go and hire a deck chair. Probably about a tenner an hour now, isn't it? Two 747s at gate. I think one of them. Just watch out for that. Watch out for that Cathay Pacific 747. Purely because she may well open up the nose. She may be loading from the nose today. Tim Bell. I flew into London Gatwick this morning on GVIIY. Okay, the place was still fairly empty. The silence was deafening at purple parking at the end of the runway. Wow, complete contrast, Tim, to what's happening here at Heathrow. At least the top deck of purple parking I noticed when I flew in the other day, absolutely ramo. And as you can see here, these parking lots are now completely at capacity. It is becoming easier to fly in terms of understanding the. I think the biggest thing that the problem is with travel at the moment is the passenger locator form. I would always advise, regardless of whether it says on the documentation before or after you've flown out to your destination, I would always advise getting an antigen test 72 hours before you fly back. And also make sure, what's really important is that you pre-book your day 2 test upon return to the UK, because you will have to show evidence of that on your passenger locator form. You need to do 2 passenger locator forms, folks. One for the country that you're flying into, and then of course one for the UK when you're flying back. Obviously, different countries having different regulations, but in general, it is advisable to always have an antigen test, because the last thing you want to do is have what happened to us at Frankfurt, where I was, where at the not even at check-in, but actually at the gate. It would have helped if they had told us at check-in to make sure that we had our COVID test result, because at that point that would have saved me a lot of time. Obviously I would have then gone to the test centre, which is in the hotel, which is in the airport, got the antigen immediately, and I would not have missed my flight. It wasn't until I reached the gate itself to board the flight that they told me that I needed to have that test. So hopefully they're going to streamline it a little bit better, and that's down to the check-in staff and making sure there's a good line of communication amongst everybody. But I should imagine that that's going to be the sort of standard, read all about it, procedure for the future. The future, at least. Talking of Virgin, I think this might be one of their 330s, is it? Big droopy undercarriage on it. What? No, I don't want any politics about that kind of stuff, man. We don't need to be talking about all of that kind of stuff right now, do we? Let's talk about planes, folks. Talk about travel and happiness, if we can, please. Blimey. Welcome, live from Brighton Beach. Someone's going to nick me sandwich in a minute. Yeah, I said other countries are different, Julie. For the UK, it's returning to the UK. Returning to the UK. Oh, okay. Yes, of course it does. Yeah. It's always, yeah. Right. Yeah, so you just need to check the government website, and things do literally change on a daily basis, folks. And like I said just then about the antigen test, we know what we need to do because we're doing the research before we fly. Like for example, not next week, but the week after when we go to Toulouse, things may have changed before we fly out there. But we have already pre-booked our day 2 test for returning, so therefore we have our CPT number, which is something that you need to put on your passenger locator form. No, I know it's not the CPT number. I know it's another number, but it's not clear on your booking that it is that. It is actually the booking reference, isn't it? It's the booking reference. Seen Emirates 777 for a little while. Bit of sway on that one. Big old set of GE90s, 115Bs. Kind of got that 70s pastel coloration to it, hasn't it? Imagine that on Grandma's 3-piece suite from when you were younger. Not Grandma, but sort of like, maybe your parents, or it depends on how old you are, doesn't it, really? Groovy. On a Sunday afternoon, oh, feeling like I got away too soon. Okay, so still no freight door open on the Cargo Logic aircraft. So I think that's probably a tech stop before she heads off to Frankfurt. I think possibly. Looks like one of the 330s push and start. Trevor Leonard, welcome back, Trevor. First class, Trevor, welcome. Good to see you, folks. NetJet Video is Andy Sokolau. Good day to you. Coming down to the bottom of the comments, folks. Something's starting up. Yes. It's interesting that Trent 7 engine hasn't got much in the way of a startup, like a startup noise, you know. But boy, oh boy, does she have a growling when she's climbing out after takeoff. She does have a very loud growl to her, a bit like the old Trent 8s. Dave Andrew, don't think I've seen the new Emirates ad campaign, my friend. Dubai moved to the UK amber list. Interesting. Hey! It's one of our Swiss friends, look. Yeah, we need to I mean, I'm guessing that the Aer Lingus are operating their 330 fleet. Have they kept their 757s? Are they operating them with Aer Lingus? Remember those at Dublin? What a fantastic thing to see. I think they might possibly have deleted them. Rational Pragmatist, is there a good site to track cargo flights? To be honest with you, Rational Pragmatist, no, not really. That's a tricky one because it's difficult. I don't think you can filter cargo flights, cargo only flights. You'd have to go to the individual airlines, like for instance, you know, I don't think it's possible. I don't know. HGC, good afternoon to you. Oh, I saw it on LinkedIn with the girl on top of the tower. Yeah, I actually messaged them and said no, it was real. It was a stunt girl. It's a stunt girl. No, it's not a real flight attendant. Which I was like, they could have at least put it out there. But really, health and safety, they probably wouldn't have got it cleared, would they? Because it had to be a stunt girl. But I mean, fair play to her. That would put the fear up most people that I know, that's for sure. They've lost the key. Yeah. Okay, so you can just about see the main deck cargo door open on the 747 there. Oh, now, just looking at that, I'm looking at that and I'm thinking, is that an old banger inbound? Diesel 13, good afternoon to you. Stevie Luskin. Yes, they are a protected species, which is just a crazy thing, isn't it? You're not allowed to touch them, go near them when they're nesting, apparently. Trev Lyon, good afternoon to you. Airbus, crazy 747 story. Boeing tried to land one of the first Renton US airport, 5,000. Okay, tried to land one of the first. Pilot put it down short, right mains collapsed, skidded down the runway for 3,500 feet. Never forget seeing that. I haven't actually seen that Airbus. I'd love to see that. I'll have to check that on. That's no doubt. Is that, I guess, is that available to see on any of the channels? Sailor Mike, Rob 747. I just caught up on the rewind of the two 747s. My third one today, as I saw GCLAA this morning at 8 a.m. There we go. Okay, old banger on approach. I say old banger. Interesting. UPS have just brought a new guy in who's looking after the A300 fleet with UPS. And I did ask him how many of the revised aircraft are they operating now. I think it still is only one with the glass, the all-glass cockpit. Kind of cool to get the update on that in terms of how long it takes to convert it, because it's obviously a lot to it. It's not just a case of putting screens into a flight deck, bolting them in. You've got to put a whole new flight deck in there, really, in terms of the panelling, from analog display up to glass display. Lovely old jet. Not old though, is it? Just looks old in its shape, and the flight surfaces, the spoilers, the ground spoilers are very sort of look like spades, but obviously they were developed in that way for a specific reason. But look at the see how they have that sort of like shovel look about them, like snow shovels, as opposed to normal speed brakes, which are just all one solid piece. This must be an aerodynamic thing, that I would imagine, because it probably had a little bit too much. Oh, Pitt's 1990s made his Sunday afternoon. Couldn't get away too soon. Teddy Thomas, good afternoon to you. Mirror Man, here he comes, HGC Pitt's 1990. Well, there we go, Rob. It is a good thing, isn't it? All good things come to those who wait. Lady Thunderbirds, good afternoon. Nick Owen, happy Sunday afternoon, everyone, from a warm, sunny Chicago. There we go. My kind of town, Chicago-ish. J-Bone, our man out in Chicago. Maybe hearing from J-Bone a little bit more in the future, folks. Just working on something with him at the moment. J-Bone. Graham Taplin, how can I get the members only shows on my TV? I can get them on my computer, but not on my 55-inch TV. Can you tell me why? Next question. Do we know the meaning of life? No. A difficult one to answer that one, Graham, because there are a number of different reasons why that might be happening. I guess you have a smart TV. If you need to be signed in to your Google account on your TV as well. And therefore you will be able to cast it to your TV. Depends on what device you're using, whether you're using iPhone or the other one. Yeah, there are a number of different factors. Back in the old days, before I knew about having to cast it, or before I knew that you could cast it, I was using an HDMI lead connection straight to the backup TV. Proper old school way of doing it, and it was about a 20-meter long HDMI lead. But it worked. But then doesn't give, then you're not signed in to the Google/YouTube account where you have the ability to sort of like navigate through different YouTube channels and stuff like that, like you can on your phone. So possibly just a case of, well, oh, we do have some freight coming off. There we go. She is open now. Pop over the top, GP. No, it's all right. You're here for that, can you see it? Ew, mother. Pilates. Okay. Great flight on the Swiss 340 the other day, folks. Yeah, great over the wing action all the way. Lots of traffic passing underneath me and cross towards me, all that kind of thing. Managed to get myself a couple of shots of that. Bainser, wonder why DHL haven't got any 747s. I'm sure they'd be able to answer that, Bainser, but I think they probably just opted for more aircraft of a smaller fleet, I'm guessing. Andrew Strain, you can still see the windows. Yeah, that's, you can still see that is a converted aircraft, converted passenger aircraft with DHL. Ubi Aviation, good afternoon to you. Paul Skilling, Swiss 7s. Oh, Swiss 777, due at 5:35 GP. There we go. Swiss 777. We've that's a good one to see. Bainser, Leslie White, Rene Jensen. Good day to you. Derek Gray, Paul Jones. Tell me when you're at Manchester Airport, Paul. Well, we are due a Manchester Airport show once again, and yeah, of course, don't forget our good friends up there with Airliners Live with Martin and the crew do a great job in covering the Manchester Massive. But we will most definitely be going back up there to do a show with, yeah. Was it a weekend? Sorry, you're flat out, aren't you? 28 years old. Wow. So Ian. That's right. Yes, I did. Yes. So it might be worth have a look at something a little bit different. We'll maybe go on our travels next week, folks. Inside the UK, of course, the following week we do have first class member only show for in Toulouse, but yeah, it might be worth going a little bit further afield next Wednesday. So Paul, keep an eye out, and who knows, we might surprise you. Ian Snelling, 28 years old, that A300 that just came in, former Japan Air system, Japan Airlines domestics, Japan Airlines and EAT Leipzig aircraft, EAT Leipzig aircraft. So been round the block a bit, former Japan Air systems, Japan Air domestic, Japan Airlines and EAT Leipzig. Wow. Janine Kelly, good afternoon to you. Afternoon everyone, hope you're doing well wherever you are in the world. Lots of good folks tuning in from the US as well, of course. Hope all our friends out in Australia are well, sending great wishes to people out in Greece as well. Hope things are a little bit better for them out there. Canada are also going through some pretty serious fires at the moment. Interestingly enough, I don't know if you folks remember a show on satellite called Ice Pilots with Mikey and his dad. Hold on to your hats, boys. Great series. I think they only did two or three series. What's up? Okay. And Mikey actually linked up with me, the son linked up with me last week on LinkedIn, and I did actually mention to him that would be great to do a show with those guys at Ice Pipe. Oh, was that an engine? Oh, I thought it was an engine for a minute. Look, from a distance you can see it looks a bit like an engine. Look, the he hadn't been there. Something big going out. Ravage, too cold in October for David. What's that? Nothing's too cold for me, mate. Go and stand in a field at Chicago O'Hare in minus stupid conditions. Okay, why October? Blimey. Always check the website. Don't ask the bloke down the pub. Don't ask someone on Facebook. Don't ask anyone about what are the latest government guidelines and legislation and so on and so forth. Always consult the UK government website. Don't rely on anything else, any travel company or anybody else for that matter to tell you, regardless of how reputable they might be. Just make sure that you consult the UK website. It's a little bit long-winded and it is very sort of like, you know, lots of sort of like stuff in there, but you will get to it eventually, because it says it outlines each individual country, doesn't it, Julie? It outlines each individual country, so you just need to scroll down, travelling. Oh, I say. So who's going to be the first out of the blocks then? See if I can get a message across to. 'Cause I've gotta get a message to you. Oh, I I just gotta speak to our friends at Cargo Logic and see what they've got coming off their jumbo. Sam. Just gotta get it to you. Well, yeah, sorry, Rodney, but you know, it's just the way it is. I mean, you know, if you're a subscriber to Sky, does that give you the right to watch everything on Sky? They have packages. We have to have packages, obviously, to make it beneficial for our first class members. You know, it's just the way it is. My apologies if you're a little bit strapped for cash. Obviously, you know, you're more than welcome back anytime. whatever. That's why we try and make it as decent for everybody as obviously is. For 99p a month you get to get involved in the chat, get involved in everybody's chat here on the show. For executive members, they get to see the live they get to see the overseas shows 1 week after the lives, and of course first class members get to join us there on set live on our overseas shows, and of course you can dip in and out of it as well. You don't have to. You don't have to. Once you're a first class member, you are not committed to be a first class member. You can you can downgrade to economy for 1 month, and then for 1 month, if there's a specific show you want to watch overseas, then you can do that. I think to be honest with you, it's a little bit unfair saying that of course I'd love to be able to do it for 99p for everybody, but unfortunately that just wouldn't give us the capability of being able to fund our travels, and that's what it's all about, and also just being as fair as we possibly can with the whole system. And it seems to work with everybody. Of course, every now and then you get somebody coming on saying that we should make it, regardless of what membership level you're at, you should be able to watch the shows. Well, I sympathise with you, and I would obviously love to help those out as much as I can. But we're obviously we do have some constraints, and we obviously need to keep everybody happy as best as we can. Dawn DeFern, if you unsubscribe for a short time, do you lose your stripes? No, you don't, Dawn. You keep them. So, and that doesn't matter which level you're at, and of course, don't forget, I can't thank everybody enough in terms of, everyone from the economy, executive, first class, and super class, all our wonderful, I would say, friends out there, because you are a family. And it is great to have you with us. Some people stick around for maybe a month, or we do have, of course, hundreds and hundreds and hundreds, well, thousands now of people who've been with us for many, many years. Air France 319 on finals, Ian Snelling saying. I think that's that second one out after this little fella, who I think has just... well, yes, not on radar, but there we go. In from Paris Charles de Gaulle. This Air France 319. Yeah, Cathay Pacific still struggling massively. The airline as a company, having massive struggles at the moment. Rational pragmatist. Oh well, thank you, rational. It always makes me a little bit, when somebody upgrades to super class, I'm like, are you sure? You definitely know that is what it is, rational. Thank you very much indeed. Good upgrade. Appreciate it. 142 crisp. Mikey in Yellowknife. Okay. Kev Parker. Quite happy with executive membership, not because I can't afford it, but more purely because I'm not usually around during the day apart from a Sunday, so I would be watching on catch up anyway. Kev Parker, there we go. An example of everybody has their own different ways of watching Big Jet TV, and of course, like he says, he's not able to watch it live during the week, so but that's great to have you here, Kev. Thank you so much, as to everybody else, for your amazing support. And I will never stop saying that, folks. And I mean that most sincerely, folks. You are the fuel, the lifeline, Big Jet TV. We appreciate it. And you know, it's justified. We put a lot of work into what we do. Planning, you know, there's a lot of planning, and the travel itself is always, more often than not, early mornings, very early mornings, very early mornings. I think you can quite easily call it crack of sparrows fart, as I do sometimes here in the UK, before the birds even start tweeting. Especially in the winter, it's hard going in the winter when you're waking up at 4 in the morning, having to get the ice off the windshield of the windscreen of the van, and getting all the coffee ready and driving for 3 hours to Manchester. They're lugging all the gear as well. Trust me, lugging all that gear is no easy task. There's a lot there. The tripod assembly, it's quite a hefty weight, and of course dragging all the equipment with me as well, all the batteries, the chargers, all the gubbins that go with setting everything up, the Terra Decker itself, of course. You know, it's quite a lot of stuff that's got to be lugged, and it's all right if you're a 25, 28-year-old or even a 30-year-old, but 58, it's does so. But anyway, it's great fun. I love it. Once I'm there, I'm really happy. Really happy. Michael Atkinson, a very warm welcome to you. Michael is a new member on Big Jet TV. Klaus Kroner is a new member on Big Jet TV as well. Welcome to Executive Klaus. Good to see you here. Hope you're enjoying your time here. And also, folks, please don't feel shy about coming in and talking to both me and also the members as well that you're seeing on the chat there. It's great to have chats, and if you want to sort of like just tell me about what's coming in, if you're looking on your radars, then if I miss your comment, please accept my apologies, but it happens often because I'm obviously having to check everything that's going on around me, as well as that. Mirrorman, Lufthansa 321 on finals. Okay, so that one's probably going to be after this. Kev Parker, Craig Mullins, thank you very much indeed. Yes, of course, we all kept each other going through lockdowns and stuff, didn't we? Seems like so long ago now, and yet it was only, well, it was this year, wasn't it? When did lockdown end, Gilly? I can't remember. Was it May? Yeah, blimey. Wow. It's almost, yeah, I mean, it's just been a crazy time, hasn't it? James Greer, Russ Phillips, Paul Logan, thank you very much indeed. That's very cool. Yeah, get away from normal life stresses, enjoy the passion of planes. Paul Logan, sorry, thank you. Carl the astronomer's in the house. Good day to you, Carl. I hope you're doing well, my friend. We've missed you. Been out on a space rocket or something. Carl is an astronomer, and a professional one at that. He's a lecturer, isn't he, at one of the universities in the United States of America. Very warm welcome to you, my friend. So if you've got any spacey questions, like, you know, which I love to talk about, I have to be honest with you folks. I could sit with somebody like that and talk about space, the final frontier, for many hours, in terms of, like, you know, it is incredible when you start looking at dimensions. I think space dimensions are a very impressive set of statistics to discuss, like sizes of planets and you know, orbits and stuff like that, like just how big the size of the sun is, for example, and in terms of the mileage, and talking light years and talking about millennia, you know, and that to get to somewhere, just incredible. And how much they are, of course, now improving all of that and speeding the whole process up in terms of getting to the planets. Anyway, whatever. Thank you, Jeremy Smith. Andy Jones. Captain Ron. Let's fly. Come fly. Fly with me. Dave Andrew, Virgin, this week announced starting flying twice a week from Edinburgh to Barbados from the 5th of December on the A330. I think no longer flying from Glasgow in the future. Dave Andrew, that's interesting information. Thank you for that. Twice a week from Edinburgh to Barbados from 5th of December. Now, you know what? I did speak to Virgin the other day and it was like, wow, it's a shame. Should have kept us in the loop. We would have come up to Manchester, would have loved to have filmed your inaugural flight or the return flight, should I say, for Virgin, flying out to, I think it was also Barbados or Gran Canaria or something like that. But we missed that. But that might be a good one, that, David Andrew. Thank you, Dave. I will, I'll make a little copy of that, I think, and forward that to myself and speak to my good friends at Virgin tomorrow to see whether we can get up there to cover that. That might be quite a good one. In which case, it'd probably be worth flying, wouldn't it, Gilly? Well, I don't know, actually. No. So I actually thinking about it. No, it's probably better to drive, just because then we've got the van, haven't we? Utilise the van. Barbados flights out of Edinburgh, 5th of December, with Virgin Atlantic on the 330. So I'm just mailing it to myself now as a reminder tomorrow, and I'll speak to the G-Man. Yeah, but it will be taking off in daylight, won't it? So, yeah, an inaugural service flying out of Edinburgh to Barbados with Virgin Atlantic. You know, speak to them about it, see if they're interested. Da-di-da-di-da. Oh, okay. Yeah, it was quite a surprise, really. Somebody mentioned on the inaugural flight for it was JetBlue, isn't it? It's JetBlue, isn't it? Actually, the inaugural. Yeah, quite surprising that it was quite a significant flight for both JetBlue and also for Heathrow. Why they didn't roll out, you know, a couple of fire units and do an arch for them. Would have been pretty cool to do that because you know, obviously Stansted doing it recently for play, and it's not like they're massively busy. So I think it's a little bit sort of like, you know, the thing is that, you know, lots and lots of airports around the world, I can imagine, that would probably just naturally do it. Whereas I don't know if the enthusiasm's there with Heathrow. I think it's more like, just get your plane here, park it in the gate, get yourself on here, and then get your passengers off and turn round and go back home. They take a long time for that 330 to push back or something. What does that mean? Wow, so many people, folks. UK Ship Spotting and Rail Freight Channel. Wow. Well, a very warm welcome to you, UK Ship Spotting. I do like a big ship. I've got to be honest with you. I remember being in Miami one time and seeing some of those liners there are just incredible. Like, you know, 20 stories high. You know, makes you wonder how big the tiller, the whatchamacallit underneath the is. William Knight, Virgin are also starting a new direct service from Edinburgh to Orlando starting April 2022. Malcolm Clenter, there we go. Thank you very much indeed, Malcolm. A DHL 757 inbound, 8 minutes out. Kelvin Grant telling me. Thank you, Kelvin. Not sure what this is. It's Dreamliner-ish. I think it is. Miserable lot, Heathrow. I gotta be honest with you, man. I mean, this one in from Tokyo, by the way, folks. I gotta be honest with you. You know, in general, you know, all jokes aside, Heathrow are just they've got shareholders, obviously and understandably. And to be honest with you, I think the shareholders' bottom line and dividends are the most important factor for Heathrow. So they don't really pay a lot of attention or have a lot of time for us aviation fans, which is quite obvious when you look at what's available to aviation fans around the airport. It's kind of like, you get on with it yourself. We're not going to do anything for you. Every now and then you might get like a little post from Heathrow saying congratulations to John Smith for his wonderful photograph. They used to have one a while back. This guy needs to get off the runway pretty damn quick. Yeah, every now and then Heathrow would put up a little post saying congratulations to whoever it is for winning this month's competition photograph, la la la, whatever. I haven't seen it recently. I don't know why. I don't know if they've kept on doing it, stopped doing it, or whatever. But you know, really, in terms of like, you know, when you go to some of these foreign, European for sure, well, foreign airports like you know, Frankfurt, Zurich, Schiphol, all those guys doing so much for their local aviation community and families as well, because it is an education for the kids as well. You never know, you know, a young family take their 7-year-old boy or girl out there to the observation deck just for the sake of it, haven't been there before. Son or daughter looks at it and goes, wow, look at those planes. I want to fly one of those planes one day. I'm going to start looking into it. They get home, they start looking on the computer about aviation and planes and all that. Next thing you know, 20 years later, they've qualified to be a pilot. Now, that's the angle that I would see it from. You know, have a little bit of imagination, think outside the box, Heathrow, you know, and just realise that there is a community out there, especially your local community, who really, at the end of the day, you want them in your good books, don't you? You don't want to you want to be in their good books. You don't want to sort of like, you know, because you've got obviously it's a big political issue, isn't it? Having an airport, something as big as London Heathrow anyway, because obviously noise regulations, looking after the local community, putting a couple of little lines in the local newspaper every now and then, or maybe putting something on their website, or more importantly on their Twitter page, which let's be honest, even though they've got hundreds of thousands of followers and all that sort of thing, it's not a direct route to the local community per se, but anyway, yeah, they do try, I guess. Now, just as that Iberia 350 leaves us here at London Heathrow, another one is on approach from Madrid, 2 out from this 320. It's a CEO from Athens. And behind the Iberia 350 is the 757 DHL 757 in from Leipzig, which Kelvin Grant told us about a short while ago. Thank you very much for that, Kelvin, and a warm welcome to Nick Loving to Big Jet TV, a returning member. Good day to you, Nick. Hope you're doing well. Fast as funk. Mark Lambert. Very interesting, Mark. Yes, very true indeed. They are all about the bottom line. It's all about making money at the end of the day, and understandably so in the current climate, I would understand that. But I've never seen anything that would make me think, wow, Heathrow are nice and cuddly and warm and welcoming. They're nothing like that. I've got to be honest with you. I mean, they're just, you know, they've got great facilities. You know, everything works at Heathrow in terms of, you know, as a passenger, you're, you know, it's a great airport. It's very efficient. It does the right job, gets you from A to B. But when you go to places like Frankfurt, Zurich, Schiphol, and other airports across Europe that I've been to a number of times now, you just kind of feel a lot more welcome, a lot warmer. You feel a much warmer welcome when you're at some of these European airports, and especially as you're out there on the on the viewing decks and stuff like that. The local police are always around, so they're always good to talk to. Security, you feel very safe. You know, there's shops and cafes and bars and stuff like that. Lots of them for you. And I noticed also at Frankfurt, a lot of people go into the airport, get food, and then come out the airport and drive to the spectator spots. So, you know, by creating those places for people to visit, you're also creating an income and an infrastructure which, you know, is a whole separate part of the airport's modus operandi, if you see what I mean. You know, there's a big side of the airport which is obviously the bottom line, making sure that passengers get from A to B efficiently and da-da-da-da-da. But there is also another side to the airport which is the social side of it. Yes, Heathrow do have a social media platform. Again, not the cuddliest and friendliest of social media platforms, but you know, it is very easy to create something that makes people feel a lot more welcome. And to be honest with you, I don't quite get that feeling. Just quickly get that 767 with United going out. Would normally be a Dreamliner 800 that they'd be using, but apparently and that's what we heard from Ben, wasn't it? That the 787-800s with United have been removed from service for whatever reason, whether it's those structural problems that Airbus have been having, that Boeing have been having with the forward pressure bulkhead, I believe. Nice. So 900. Safran making the undercarriage for the 900 variant of the Airbus A350. Like I was saying this morning, folks, just that front wheel set alone has got 8 disc brakes, 8 carbon disc brakes, just in the front of the aircraft alone. So 40 discs are on that aircraft, believe it or not. 40, I believe. Some of the bigger jets have up to 6 discs on each wheel, and that's each hub, folks. Incredible amount of stopping power, especially as they use carbon brakes now. Look at this lovely old girl. Nose up attitude. Probably another ex-passenger jet converted to freighter. Looks like she's RB211 powered as well. Coming in hot. Bosh! Hey! Windscreen panel. Rolls-Royce RB211s. More modern variant, I think, of the RB211 as well. Straight off the BA 747s. Look. "26 years old," Paul Skilling telling us there. That 757. Any visible signs of the old windows there? Yeah, you can see them just about covered over. That's a lovely old girl, isn't it? Terry Allen. Yeah, I think the 757 project was sort of like stuck between a rock and a hard place with the 797. I think Boeing are actually now looking at that 797. It's just about what sector of the market it's going to fill, isn't it? Because obviously they were quite taken aback by the Airbus A321, especially the long-range variants of the 321s, which are now available. Boeing have obviously looked at an option of a 797. See how much smaller that 757 is to a 787. Look how tiny it is. Looks more like a 321, doesn't it? Insane how small it is, but go and walk up next to it, it's massive. Let's have a little look and see what's happening over there. Okay, so nothing coming out of the nose of the big. Oh, I got a big waft of curry then. Obviously the kitchens are open. Sorry. clouds definitely getting lower, cloud base should I say. Not cold enough yet, I don't think, for any vortex, overwing vortex, or excuse me, certainly not until she's almost in the clouds. Say about that. So quite some distance to go. Steve Hughes. Baines upgraded to first class. Good upgrade, Steve Hughes. Also, welcome to executive. Airbus A220 saying can't wait for the Finnair 350s to be back at Heathrow. Indeed, that will show things are really sort of starting to. Well, I think using the words "getting back to normal" is something that's very optimistic these days. But we can be optimistic, can't we? We can be optimistic. BAC, British Aircraft Corporation. So, been here before on this one, folks. Dual electric start capability on the Dreamliner. Mart and Angie, why are Ryanair so bad at landings? Well, to be honest with you, Mart and Angie, they're not bad at landings. They're just, they're efficient, should I say, at landings. There was a rumour a little while back, somebody mentioning about the fact that Ryanair pilots are asked nicely, please, whatever you do, try and avoid go-arounds. And also, don't forget that out there, certainly in Dublin, it's a tricky approach. Always very windy. I've found when I've been flying into Dublin, it's always a windy approach. So it's always kind of sketchy. So these guys are kind of used to just getting a plane on the ground. Some people loving the Jordanian livery because there's got a bit of an F&F check going on there. Just saw the rudder move. Did we see? Did I miss the elevators? Pulled forward a little bit. Now, probably the reason why he is being pulled forward is just to minimise as much. I know there's a brake, like a jet wash brake wall behind them, as you can see there, but they would want to sort of like, there's probably a minimum distance. You can see those engines starting up now. It was. Oh, I know. I know. Oh well. Happens every year. Happens every year. Uh-huh. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I think it's only 8 weeks, isn't it? Well said, Anne McMullen. Kelvin Grant, Swiss 777, just left Zurich, arriving 1 hour and 10 minutes. Yeah, very close to the shoreline. Something also unique to the Dreamliner is the head-up display, the HUD, which is which can be used by the pilot at their discretion whether they want to use it or not. And that head-up unit can be tuned via a selector switch for different roles. It can play different roles. Probably the most common would be the normal 6-pack, you know, heading, speed, the normal 6 screens that you normally see. We called it the 6-pack back in the day with the old analog display units. Artificial horizon, of course, heading, altitude, speed. And that way they don't have to glance down at the panel at all, especially when they're on landing or on departure. So all the information is there for them at a glance. So yeah, folks, Little Granston Air Show. Put it in your diary, August the 29th. August, well, a couple of weeks' time, isn't it? After we get back from Toulouse. So look out for that, folks. William Knight, fingers crossed we will be off with BA on a 777-200 from Gatwick to St Lucia, 4 weeks today. First long-haul flight in 18 months. There we go. William Knight, I hope so for you as well. Interesting. I want to see traffic starting to really pick up at Gatwick so that we can get ourselves back down there. Need to go and do a recce as well, because the position that we have down there is in a public lay-by, although the police do need to be notified if anybody's going to stop there. We always obviously do that and stay above board with those guys because it's always a good thing to do. But one of the major problems that we had down there was also, believe it or not, another bush, which is normally taken care of by the council. But
We don't know quite at what level that bush is at the moment, because it's had now nigh on 2 years of growth, possibly without anyone trimming it. Still busy. Oh, okay, so they're loading stuff onto that 747 now. Alan Gibson, a very warm welcome to you. I think I might have missed you, Alan. Thanks for welcome, everyone. Keen to support this great channel. Alan, that's very kind of you, and thank you to you, as well, of course, to everybody. John Grinham, 2,695 people watching. Got it 2.7. Warm welcome wherever you are in the world. I hope you're doing well. Hope things are good for you. It could be Zane Dunning. Very derated. That's I think that's Olivia Ray is the daughter of one of the Virgin Atlantic family who unfortunately lost his life. I think he was a cabin attendant. Not 100% sure on the full history of it, but they named their aircraft after his daughter, I think it was. I'm very unfortunately quite 100% sure on the circumstances of his passing, but it was a wonderful gesture by Virgin Atlantic, as they always are. The good people at Virgin Atlantic naming the aircraft after his daughter, I think it was. Steve Jeff, is there an age of aircraft that is allowed to fly in London Heathrow and those that are not allowed? Yes, Steve, is the answer to that. For example, if you remember, well, we're getting on for a year ago now or so, isn't it, where the with the American Airlines Pratt & Whitney powered 777 that was climbing out of one of its airports blew an engine, a fan blade, or whatever it was that exploded inside the engine. And since then, I think Pratt & Whitney powered aircraft, Pratt & Whitney PW4000 aircraft at least, have been outlawed from flying into the UK, or maybe even been grounded, I don't know. But so yeah, within a, you know, there's obviously political issues as well as age of aircraft. However, you know, if let's just say, for example, there was a charter flight and they were using an AN-12, that aircraft is still has landing rights, but you know, obviously these things need to be checked. But I think in general, most aircraft are permitted to fly within the UK airspace. And any that are having existing problems with, for whatever reasons it might be, will get those issues resolved as soon as they possibly can. But in general, modern day jets, when we even talk about, you know, your 29-year-old aircraft like the DHL 300 that's sitting over there, or 20 years old, however old it might be. But you know, you're talking about some aircraft that are very, very old, but they're resilient, they're built tough, especially the Boeing aircraft is a very tough aeroplane, especially the 747, which is why she's had such a good life and continues to do so as well, carrying on as a freighter. And of course there are still passenger variants of the 747 flying at the moment, with Korean Airlines, for example, with their 747. China, Air China have 747-8s as well. Someone mentioning about Air India retiring their 747 fleet. I thought that had already been done many moons ago, but I don't know, I might have missed that. Interesting to see the horizontal stabilizers in a very acute downward position there. See that a lot when you come to gate, something that I always look out for. And what I'm talking about there, folks, is you see that little flap that just opened up? That's the APU air intake, I believe, or at least the cooling duct for the power unit, which is right behind that cone there. That's the exit, the exhaust exit for another jet engine inside the aircraft. As you can see there, you can see that the front edge of that horizontal stabilizer has that sort of like that line there behind it. That's the axis that that's the amount of adjustment that is available on the horizontal stabilizers, and that's something that generally the autopilot systems will control during flight to keep the attitude of the aircraft to keep the aircraft in the right attitude to maximize fuel efficiency. Transaero Portugal. Neo. I think one of the largest operators of the A330 Neo TAP. You say that we were expecting Rwanda back, Julie, or something, what was that? Oh, okay. Was it the 330, just the stocker, or? Right. Wonder what the interesting to see the amount of American airline jets that are that are at stand at Terminal 3. Of course, Terminal 3 is mainly Virgin Atlantic's operating terminal, and American Airlines were pre-COVID down at Terminal 5. In fact, there's one that is probably on its way up from Terminal 5, I'd imagine. But of course, because of Terminal 5 being limited to operations recently. I think they've had obviously been shifting aircraft around the airfield and parking them at different gates and so on and so forth. But normally, in recent times, American have been linked up with British Airways, part of the One World group, and as a result would normally park down at Terminal 5. But interesting to see Terminal 3 in use for those American jets, because that would normally be where the Delta Airlines would park their aircraft, which are, of course, in association or linked with Virgin Atlantic on code-share agreements. So sometimes you might find yourself flying with Delta Airlines when you're booking with Virgin as maybe a feeder flight, a connecting flight, or whatever it might be. Lovely old 200 with, I think, Trent 800 engines, much like some of the BA fleet. Some of the BA 777s have the Trent 800 powered 777-200s. All of the 300s being powered by General Electric or I think so. American obviously have Pratt & Whitney powered 777-200s as well, but I think most of their 777-2s with American that are at least flying airworthy in terms of the engines, I think are Rolls-Royce powered. Lewis Aviation, that's the plan, going till dark. Now, bear in mind, folks, we have the northern runway has been closing at 8 o'clock over the last week in order for them to carry out repairs and alterations to the runway, or resurfacing, or whatever it might be. So whether that's still happening and whether we're going to see it tonight, I don't know. We'll just have to see what happens. Later on, but if it is, then it will mean that okay. Well, that's an interesting sight to see. Looks like that Cathay Pacific Jumbo is ready to push. That shot there, nice. Looks like a Jumbo. Watch out for her. She might appear on your radar any moment, folks. Wow. Oh, God, no. Odette Hull. Oh, Odette got married yesterday. She's now a Hull, not a Stevens anymore. Best man. Freedor Bossman, welcome to first class. Oh, really? Oh, how cool is that? Freedor Bossman. I think I've seen that name before. Freedor, a very warm welcome to you as a first class member. Yes, a very warm welcome to you. Liz Matthewman, Derek Gray, Mark Hudson, thank you, Paul MK. Keith Cornell, saw your message about spotters age up to 150 years old. It's a very old plane spotter. When I were a lad, they just invented propellers. They went out here on the airfield. It was just a grass hut and a couple of bicycle stands. Other than that, my dad and I, we used to trudge across the fields. Watch the old Sunderland flying boats. They weren't even around 115 years ago, were they? My dad used to have a friend called Torville and Dean, or was it Orville and Wright? I can't remember. But anyway, good friends they were. Georgian Airways 737-8 overhead reaching London Heathrow 47 minutes. Michael Gressick, thank you to you. Phoenix Night Rose, how do passengers get from terminal to terminal at London Heathrow? Good question, that Phoenix. Well, T2, which is all the way down there, you have to arrive at Terminal 2 departures and arrivals, which is over there. Then you have to, if you are going from one of the far gates, then you have to take the elevator down and then a walkway. It's a long, long walk all the way down to T2. Obviously, they have those, walker-laters, whatever they call them. Oh, look, who's going to be first out of blocks? Oh, no, he's ready to go as well, look. Going to have two jumbos going out. And they're off. Yes, so that's T2. Terminal 2 and 3 is that position there. That is walking all the way through there to Terminal 3, to whatever gate you might be at. So a little bit of a walk, but that's a longer walk, I can assure you, all the way down there to those far gates. That's it was typical, wasn't it? Because Air India was parked all the way down there, and I got all my gear and all of that kind of stuff. And it's always very anyway. That's Terminal 2 and Terminal 3 there. So you have to park there or get dropped off there, wherever, whatever, however. Ooh. Ooh. That sounds a bit gurgly. Nice. Robert Ford, good evening, Jerry. Not being a big jet fan long, how do you tell a 320 from a 330 and so on? Well, Robert, that is something that, as a regular member, as a regular viewer, should I say, on Big Jet TV, you will get to know those things. A 320 is a single aisle aircraft, 330 obviously, so 18, 19, 20 and 21 are the single aisle Airbus A3s, whereas the 330, but then you've got the A300, which is the very old aircraft, which is a larger aircraft than the 319, which gets a little bit confusing, but trust me, you will over time find out. 330 is obviously a larger aircraft as well, twin aisle, another twin aisle aircraft. And then, of course, the A340, which is still flying, which is a good thing. Not so many of the 600 variants, but more of the 300 variants still being operated. But yes, and a very warm welcome to you, Robert, anyway. Hope, yeah, aircraft recognition is something that, to be honest with you, you will learn over time, I guess is the best way to describe that. I mean, I'll be honest with you, when I started Big Jet TV, I wasn't massively knowledgeable about the Airbus family. I loved my aeroplanes, always loved the old classics, the 707s. I could easily spot a TriStar, a DC-10, VC-10, 707, DC-8, etc., etc. Didn't really know my way around the modern variants of aircraft until I obviously started filming them and doing a lot more research on them. And that is something that I've learned over time. Because I'm a bit of an old school aviation fan myself. Well, I'm from the old school era, should I say. There we go. Aaron Flood, how's the weather? Decent, but definitely a little bit of a... Well, now that's interesting. Really? Was I completely... Okay, could be an electrical, a static thingy-majig. So anyway, like I said, that is Terminal 4 is way over the other side. You can't really see. You can just see right the way through that archway there. Always makes me think of LAX, that little archway. But beyond that is Terminal 4 over the other side. What you're looking at there is the hub, the freight hub, and right here is Terminal 5. And of course Terminal 5, to get to the satellite hubs with Terminal 5, which is what these are here, you need to again access via the escalators or via the stairway, sorry, by the lifts that are available, and again another long walk, so try and keep yourself okay. So Cargo Logic is on radar, folks. Airbus A220, I would have loved to have flown on a VC-10. Yes, beautiful, beautiful aeroplane. Quality old school. Vickers VC-10, I think it was. Nigel Cole. Big Jet TV on and Sunday dinner. Fast as funk, yes, car park is absolutely Ramo now. Only sort of like a small area now that's not fully utilised is that area over there. But other than that, as you can see, and also like I mentioned earlier on, purple parking is up to capacity as well. So it just goes to show how quickly things can turn around. Turn around now. Oh, hello. Das Landels, good afternoon to you. Nice. What a shot. Big bird. God, tell you the old 340, don't know if make a clunk when the undercarriage goes up. Jumbo jet. Terry. Yeah, quite, yeah. It's not overly busy, is it? You know, far fewer arrivals. Is this a max? I'm seeing touching down now. Is this a lot? Nope, they're using their 800 today then, I think. Yeah. God, talk about break to vacate. No, she is to the ground. He's got his pillow up against the window, look. Said little sleepy nana is on the way. Only joking, of course. John Grinham liking the Turkish Airlines livery. Didcot Swiss, easy for you to say. Didcot Twist Swiss 777-300 due in 37 minutes. Yeah, she has now departed. I'll tell you that Cathay Pacific, Gilly, she's going to come on radar any moment now. I don't know about a later departure. Her flashes are on. And that tug, that push tug is, yeah. Mark Cunnington, good question. Yeah, red list terminal was 3, wasn't it? So, I don't really know. Phoenix Night Rose, no cargo jet today. The days have gone away, but don't know if they were maybe in earlier on. Kelvin Grant, Cathay 747, just come onto radar as well. Josh Powers, good afternoon to you. HGC. Keith Cornell, Zoe Marie, 28, good afternoon to you. Terminal 4. Terminal 4 is a bit of a sort of like a nonsensical terminal at the moment. Sort of like a bit of a ghost town, but I think that a few operators, well, I mean, British Airways are using Terminal 4 to park their jets up at. But I don't know if they're keeping a sort of like a skeleton. There's a load of skeletons running around in there. No, I don't know if they're keeping a skeleton service going with at Terminal 4 just to make sure that, you know, it doesn't get full of rats and rodents and all sorts of things like that. Although it'd be quite funny if it did. I'd say in that, talking about like the wildlife at Terminal 5. They do have a serious problem with birds flying into the terminal, not into the windows, but flying into the mind that, flying into the literally in there, and obviously perching above restaurants and people's tables and stuff like that. Last thing you want is a big bird poo in your latte, especially if you've looked away and it happens, and then you look forward. Oh. Oh, got some more cream on the top. I have a cunning plan, sir. Go on then, Baldrick. It's when they offered him coffee, didn't it? Oh, he had to be there. Friedor Bossman, 343, still flying Joburg to Zurich, Swiss Air. Yes, okay. Joburg's on the red list, isn't it, I think? Well, for the UK anyway, I think. Scott is back. Scott's here. Hey up, Scott. Remember again. I think you ever went anywhere, Scott. Maybe he's figured it out, hasn't he? I know that him and Brenda, as quite a few people do from time to time, have trouble signing in. Good to see you, Scotty. Hope Brenda's well. Hope everybody's well out there. Rob 747. I was. Okay, you've got to keep an eye out, or at least an ear out. Oh! Stuart Scale Models, it's Tony Robinson's 78th birthday today. There we go. Kelvin Grant, that was on the other side. Boeing 797 in development, where do they go from there? 1007 or 707, homing to man. Yeah, the 797, I don't know if it's in development, but I know it's on the drawing board, I think. Mark Hudson, good afternoon to you. Gabby 140. Hi Jerry, I'm enjoying your show, having the privilege of flying on the Swiss 777 LX 326 registration Hotel Bravo dash Juliet November Bravo, using their in-flight Wi-Fi service, and hope to see you from the right side window. Okay, well, if you're watching, Gabby, make sure that you put your phone on the torch, yeah, when you land, and then have the torch up against the window. That way we will be able to spot you, because other than that, we won't be able to get you waving, unless, of course, once we do know what window you're at, then once you're sort of like opposite the tower, then you can wave, I'm guessing, as the aircraft slows to pull off to runway. Boom, boom, boom. But the US can go into GB with proof of vaccination or PCR test without quarantine. Yeah, that is the case. Ah, look at that. Isn't she beautiful? Keep an eye on that jumbo, GP. Oh, John Garner. John, there are other aircraft. Yes, of course there are, and that's what we're doing. I'm making sure I keep an eye out for what else is on the agenda or on the menu for us. But obviously, you must keep looking away every time I'm filming other parts, and every time you look at it, you're looking at the jumbos. Wasn't looking at jumbos back ends for hours on end. It was just a case of sort of like double checking and making sure to see whether they were still offloading or onloading or whatever they might have been doing. At a variety of hours on end. Okay. Oh well, John, never mind. Can't please everyone, can you? Just look at that. Just look at that. Just look at that. Look at that. Do you want to see that? There you go. There's a thing over there. Look at that over there. Look at that. Look, there's a wheel. There's a lamppost. There's a lamppost. Look, there's a little bird on the ground. Look there. There's a plane going out over there, which I've been catching as well. Sorry, John. Staring at the back end of two 747s for hours on end. Hours on end. interesting one. Haven't even been on for hours on end. Well, never mind that. Kareen, the big queen with the beautiful livery. Okay, so keep an eye out for this jumbo jet. Mark Hudson. Gabby, I will try to wave to you. I have no torch on my phone, but I'm sitting just 2 rows in front of the wing. Well, Gabby, don't wave to us. Open and close the window blind, although you might... Actually, don't do that. Don't do that. 2 rows in front of the wing. Okay, so that's at least we'll try and get that. We should get you, actually, as you pull off the runway, because the departure point... Oh, careful, I've been on that jumbo a little bit too long. The departure rollout point is just about here. So we should be able to get that. Can hear the engine starting on that jumbo. She's a big girl, isn't she, eh? I think the Cathay Pacific's going to do much the same. What was it? Well, yes, there have been... you don't need to delete that, man. Don't need to delete that. Well, undelete it then. Oh. Well, Valerie asking a question about ground crews. Yeah, there was one a few years ago where they... I think it was in India, where, or in the US, one of the two, where one of the pushback attendants or... the ground crew was unfortunately hit by either the tug. I think it was the tug, actually. Do you remember that? And there was one at Heathrow where it was actually one of the service vehicles collided with something else, didn't it? And he unfortunately lost his life. Yeah. So you know, it's a dangerous environment down there, ladies and gents. You know, you don't just you don't just drive around willy-nilly normally. It is a case of the ground teams. They have obviously the control tower controlling the aircraft in flight and also on approach and taking off, etc., etc. But there are elements to the ground control, the traffic control, and also there is a ground control to Major Tom that controls the movements of vehicles, like for example that ops vehicle that's sitting down there having a little chat with each other, but once he or she moves off, they will inform the ground teams where they're going to, permission to cross X taxiway here, there and everywhere. You know, there are obviously, it's a very well coordinated logistical practice on the ground there. You know, there is a initially there's a call for clear to push back and start for the tower, and then of course once this guy has left, he's given the clearance to now contact another segment of air traffic control called contact departures on 112.4 or whatever it might be, and then he will go through different sectors of radio air traffic control throughout his or her their flight right the way through to, I mean, Scottish control is the handoff for UK airspace when they climb out over the top. There's a number of different handoff points where they have to contact and be in contact with different control points, not specifically control towers. I think that one of the major control centres is, as I say, there is a control centre up there in Scotland, which handles the inbound and outbound international traffic. You're Palpatine. Okay, we need to keep an eye on this jumbo. Oh no, there she is. She's still, you can still see a tail tip proudly. Susan Whips, thank you. As Stewie would say, Whips. Good day to you, Susan. Ian Snelling, Cathay Pacific 747, only off to Paris. So she'll be light as a feather and should go up like Richard Branson's rocket. Oh, Prestwick, there we go. Scottish control, I think, for America. Dave Andrew, yes, it is. I think he's absolutely spot on there. Prestwick is the handoff point. This is a Max, I think. Blue Air. How far above the wing the leading edge of the engine sits in terms of its, you know, when you look at other aircraft, how the forward segment of the engine is generally below the wing, and that is primarily what caused the issues with controlling the aircraft. Which have now all been addressed and dealt with, but as you can see, putting a much bigger engine onto a oh captain's gone, go on then, stopping for. Well, nice little bit of blast of power there. And talking about aircraft recognition, the Max versus the current variants, one of the biggest giveaways is the cone for the APU. Of course, the other generation 737s have these sort of like longer vertical auxiliary power outlet, whereas this is much more Dreamliner-esque. Twin strobes as well. Of course, the LEAP 1A engine with the scalloped cowls on it. Keeping an eye out for that jumbo because well, that's an early exit. That's a 320. Now, been a long time, you know, we obviously discuss it now and then about the 320, the recognition of the 319, 318, 319, 320. 318 is very recognisable in terms of its being so short and having a very tall tail on it. 319 is a single overwing exit door. 320 is a twin overwing exit door, unless of course it's an EasyJet 319 that has twin overseas overwing exit doors. Gets a little bit confusing, but in general, forget about the EasyJet stuff. That's just because they put a gallery, took the galley out to put an extra row of seats in there, and as a result of that, had to by FAA standards or CAA standards had to have an extra overwing exit fitted. So that's something that Air France, Airbus did specifically for them in the manufacturing process. But this is a 320, 321, two overwing exits, but one at the front and one at the back of the wing, because it's obviously an extended, elongated fuselage on it. And this is the IAE V250 engine, which is also on all of the fleet with British Airways CEO jets as well. Much more visible. That's a 319, is it? Oh, that's another one with the twin over wing exits that's had to do it through CAA regulations, I'm guessing. So it's a 319. That, my apologies. See, I get it wrong more often than anyone really. But anyone looking at that without looking at their flight radar, Gilly, would say that that's a 320. Because there's no visible distinction as to whether that's because it's got two overwing. No. Even the most advanced person in the world wouldn't be able to tell without looking at anything other than the. Well, if they knew it from registrations, and some people do know that, but I'm just talking about people in general would claim that to be a 320. Yeah. But they're saying it because they're looking at either Google or they're looking at the reg or they're looking at whatever, With me, I'm not able to because I'm not looking at my radar, I'm just looking at the plane. So, anyway, whatever. Shall I get my coat? That's a Boeing 783 Mearchar. See, now that's a 319, isn't it? That's a 319. That's a stocker 319. Because they do have a galley, whereas these guys probably don't have a galley and it's kitted out like the EasyJets. So as a result of adding those extra seats in, therefore adding more passengers. Okay, cafe rolling. So I reckon. What, a 3.9? Okay. No, the EasyJet 319s have got two overwing exits, haven't they? Yeah, man. I mean, look at the number of windows. I mean, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, oh, I've lost it. Okay, let's start again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh, it's moved. Oh, it's kind of 1, 2, 3, 4. Stop moving! 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It's like, blimey, look how many windows it's got. In general, the general rule is one exit obviously a 318 is a 318 because it's so short and stubby. 319 and a 320. They are ever so slightly longer, yes, but visibly they just at a glance, the best way to tell them is because they got twin. Anyway, whatever. Wait a minute, you're not a centipede. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Hey guys, let's go and count shoes. Nice. bit gutted I missed that, to be honest with you. That Cathay 747 800-4 VC10 went a little bit early for me, didn't he? Nice. There we go. Yeah, regardless whether it's written on the fuselage or anything like that, I'm talking about visually from a distance. You know, just looking at it from a distance is the best way, rather than confusing people about the twin exits and all that. The general rule of thumb is that one exit door over the wing signifies a 319, unless it's a 318, which is visibly shorter. 320 is twin doors over the wing close together. 321 is the door at the forward and aft position of like, you know, that's in general simple terms of when you're trying to teach somebody about aeroplanes. That's the best way. Like a 5-door and a 7-door on a 777, in it, a 200 and a 300. Even though you can see visibly the difference in the between a 200 777 and a 300 777, they will have a 5-door setup on the 200 and a 7-door setup on the 300. Nice China Eastern A330. Lots of these aircraft being bought up that are being, look how much weepy windows she's got. Got a very unique horizontal stabilizer setup. See, that one is absolutely bang level at the moment. She's had a few cows in her lifetime. Look, that engine. Wow. Oh, where's he going? Is he going all right? Been parking these jets in some obscure positions recently. He is going right. Or is he going to go to the lower taxiway for his run up to T2? I think he might be either going to go left here. Probably going to go left, I'd imagine. No! Is he going over there? Yeah? Noticed that recently. Some of these jets being, oh, okay. What's he doing? Hold on, let me have a look at the map, see where we're supposed to be going. All right, we're going in there, next to the American. Bless you. Carol Cupcake. Do like a cupcake. Oh! American triple just about to depart by the looks of it. We'll just, is he? He's ready to push, I think. Airbus 220. What a very sad livery. Air China as a China Eastern. The older one. Where I have to have a look at that. Mr. 220. Jeremy Stokes 777 on its way in. Thank you, Jeremy. I've got that. Andy James. Andy James watching ADSB last night. Heathrow was rammed right up to 10 p.m. Wow, it's a big lock in it. This looks like a 300. Might be one of their new ones as well. She's looking quite new. Oh, is it? Yeah. Mr. V. New member, welcome Mr. V to economy. No. Is that rain? Thank you, boys. Let's get out of here. That wasn't on the agenda, was it? But an American. Make some noise. Gotta love the nose of that thing, man. Such a sleek design. You can see why Airbus picked it up. Gave them an offer they couldn't refuse. And of course they get to keep all the other variants, keep the manufacturing company arm going. Just the one Bombardier variant that got sold. They're more concentrating more on their private aircraft enterprise and possibly military stuff as well with Bombardier. Yes. Yeah, tricky one, but it is single aisle jet, most definitely, the most swish looking. No, it is a beautiful aeroplane. What's that? Oh, hello. Whose is this? Freight? Okay, Georgian freighter, right. Yeah, we've seen it before, haven't we? Yeah. He's had a wash, but only the top half. Guess she's Maybe some time-sensitive freight on there. Oh man! Missed it. God's sake. Looking for the wave. There. Yeah. Yeah. There, just by the engine there. Yeah, definitely got you, man. Ha ha ha! Brilliant. How fun is that? Super smashing great. Haha. What was their name again? Gabby, that was it. Or her. Okay. Seen plenty of those this past week. Carly saying, yes, we have. Oh, I don't know which I'd rather have come back on. Oh, it's got to be the 343, definitely. But that's just all about passenger capacity numbers and demand, literally. The reason why they bring those bigger aircraft in. Gabby, hello, just waved. Did you get me? You are the best. Yes, Gabby, we did get you. We saw you waving. It was just after the leading edge of the wing, wasn't it? It's just sort of like right on the leading edge of the wing, which is fandabadoozy. Nice to see you, Gabby. Welcome to London. It's when people next to you are like, what's he waving at? I swore you. Rich from Sheffield, yes, the A340 was ram-packed back from Zurich, absolutely rammed, going there and coming back as well. So that 777 will more than likely be full to capacity. With lovely Swiss people and English people and German people and people from all around the world. Karine, mainly the reason for the increase in the aircraft size for Swiss is just passenger demand, not really anything to do with cargo. Maybe carrying a little bit of belly freight, but generally because of passenger demand. But we did see that pre-COVID, didn't we? Every now and then we did see, Swiss's 343 coming in. We saw their 777s, so it's not new to us, but it's great. I always love it to see I love seeing the bigger Swiss jets in, because I like the Swiss livery. Willis Waterwick. Yeah, apart from the roads, viaducts, waterworks, infrastructures, the schools, What have the Romans ever done for us? Oh. Inbound, next in, yeah. Okay, I got him. Yep. That's squeaky. Another China Eastern jet. Wow. 2 in the space of 30 minutes, isn't it? Is it China Eastern? It is, isn't it? Nice swerve, man. Kick that rudder. Now you watch him play with the rudder for a little bit as he straightens it up. Keeps it straight on the straight line. Nice. It's another 200 in it. Like the big registrations on. Safran reverser systems on the Trent 700. Okay, let's just have a look at this American Airlines 777 going out. So at the moment, seeing any construction vehicles that are noticeably close to the runway, or mind you, they'll be miles away at the moment. They'll be tucked away somewhere. I thought I said Intel inside, that sticker on the side there, Jelly, behind the cockpit. Had that big Intel inside stamp on it. Do 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 do. Do you remember that? Whatever happened to them? Oh, I mean, I guess they just finished their advertising program, didn't it? Yeah. They just, yeah. They just made everyone aware of it, and everything's Intel, isn't it? All the window blinds down, folks. As you can see, that is a pure freighter flight. Tester kits, I'd imagine. Test kits for home test kits, and also for the guys and girls at the test centres, bringing in copious amounts of those forever, I'd imagine. Warning, Calvin Grant saying, A380, 22 minutes out. Warning, alert, alert, warning. Yeah, making sure I don't miss it. You have been warned. Good afternoon, everybody, from the flight deck. This is your captain speaking. I hope you've enjoyed your flight with Emirates. We're just about approaching the UK coast right now. May I ask you to gather up all your belongings, make sure you're seated, get yourself in there. What? Air Malta due in 20 minutes, A320, bright livery, Didcot twist. The Rust Bucket, good afternoon to you. Emirates Collector. Fan Man. Early morning at the end, mate. Already spoken to our friends at Cologne about the possibility of going back and doing a nighttime show once again, airside, but this time spending a little bit more time at the feeder section. When I talk about feeders, we're talking about the regional ATRs and so on and so forth, 737s that come in from European regions. And they will then bring freight in that's destined to go overseas and feed that through the hub, the cargo hub, and then that will be loaded onto the bigger international flights like the 747s and so on and so forth, which will then, DC-10s of course, well I say DC-10s, MD-11s, 777s, 767s, A330s. Whoa, easy son. Light the blue touch paper and stand well back from that boy. Flipping heck, look at that. Come on, son. What's the climb rate on that? 3,200 feet per minute or something stupid like that, isn't it? Reach for the skies. Those old 300s still got the yoke, the original Airbus yoke, control column. Lovely old 200, look. Do. This vehicle is reversing. Delete. Noticed quite a few pilots transiting and moving from obviously on board the Swiss Airlines, so obviously moving around and transiting to fly other aircraft. Of course, ferry pilots as well, don't forget ferry pilots. It's quite common to see. No. What did you say? Oh right, yeah. No, I just moved the camera. I just slid the camera. Sorry, man. Yeah, that's the. It's probably happened again. It'll probably happen again. Oh, okay. Andy P, absolutely delighted that Emirates has continued its service at Glasgow. Same can't be said about Virgin, though, who have gone off to Edinburgh. Yes, shame, Andy. Not sure what the whole reasoning behind that was. Whether it was whether it's temporary, I don't know. See, now that is a 319. There we go. One door over his. It's looking how the close proximity of that fire testing station and how close it is to the fence there with Virgin Atlantic's maintenance area, and that it must be they must be like living next to a load of riffraff layabouts who just burn tyres and stuff like that in their garden or something. Not there's many of those people around anymore. Oh. $757 on push. Nice. Jackie PFC. Oh, it's Jackie. Add the subtitles on. Can't quite figure it out. Claire Owens, good afternoon to you. Rich! Marcus Killingsworth, remember when these 319s were at Birmingham at the British Airways hub until they pulled out? Okay. Mark Poyner, thank you very much indeed. One eye on the show and the other one on cooking dinner. Well, that could be a bit disastrous, couldn't it? No doubt you can do it all very well indeed, young man. Fan Man, hoping to get a trip airside at EMH to watch one of our engines loaded on the Antonov. Oh, he's an engine fan man. He's not a fan man. He's not, right. Okay. Well, yeah. Well, fan man, which that will obviously be for AOG, I'd imagine. But great fan man. Always wonderful to as a representative of an engine manufacturer to go airside to watch engines being loaded up, especially when it's visibly an engine. You know, like you can quite clearly see from the wrapping that it's on. You know, the tarpaulin that gets wrapped around it, that it is clearly an engine. Sometimes they're really wrapped up. Other times they're quite visible. You know, you can actually see through the tarp, but more often than not. See, that's a little control tower down there. Is that a little fire? It must be a little firehouse down there, I'd imagine. Yeah, because that's yeah. See where the fire engines park up, and there's a little there's this little control tower in there as well. That's pretty cool. I've never noticed that before. I like that. Make that out of a pot noodle thing. Let us know, fan man, by the way. Keep us updated at contact@bigjet.tv and all. Oh, what's that? Oh, experimental engines. Okay, shipping out test beds around the world. Fan man, wow. So what? Rolls Royce or possibly? Maybe Rolls-Royce, because wouldn't have thought that GE would be doing that, seeing as they're an American concern. But wow, I think he's a Rolls-Royce man. Michael K. really enjoyed watching the playback of the Zurich shows. Fabulous facilities for aviation enthusiasts. There we go. There we go. We don't need to say any more on that, do we? Always. Such a warm welcome out there. Just feel good when there's a real good feel-good factor when you're out in Zurich or Schiphol or Frankfurt or anywhere you go out there in the European airports. Friendly people as well. You know, very friendly people. Family atmosphere. Noodle tower. Fan man, yeah, he's Rolls Royce. I was sitting outside a cafe on, when was it? Friday. Or was it Monday? No, Friday. Yes, it was Friday, yeah. And there was a couple next to us. I swear I've seen the woman somewhere before. And that's when old matey walked into the restaurant, isn't it? Old, what's his name? Harrison Ford. But interesting. He didn't say anything. The geezer had this couple there, very nice couple. He was from Wales, really nice guy. But he had a Rolls Royce logo tattooed on his ankle. And I said, is that for the car or for the aero engine division? He was like, hey. I was like, is that Rolls Royce insignia you got there on your ankle? Is that it's obviously for the car, isn't it? He wouldn't have a Rolls Royce aircraft engine. You know, he wouldn't have done it for that. I just said it for a joke, but he didn't quite get it. It was for his Rolls Royce, because he's got a Rolls Royce. Why you'd have a tattoo of your car on you? God, I don't know. Anyway, there you go. Sure, he loves his Rolls Royce very much. Oh, really? Oh, that is hilarious, man. So, there you go. He did get a selfie with him. Oh, I should have done that, shouldn't I? I just wanted to wind you up more than anything else, Jilly, man. Yeah. Or actually get him to sign something, say hello, Jilly, or whatever. But you never know, man. I mean, you know, meet up with someone like that and they're like, you know, thanks very much. Oh, by the way, if you're ever caught short and you happen to be wanting to watch an aviation channel, tune into Big Jet TV. Right, I'll do that, you know, while he's flying from the Dagobah system or something like that. I don't know. Andy, A380 is not now from GLA. Maybe when things get better, not enough traffic. You did, because you don't fly to the Dagobah system. It goes nah, 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 nah. Oh, okay. Andy Cameron, would Liège be good for a live show? You're absolutely right, Andy, and yes, it's on the cards. Here comes the Kenya Airways Dreamliner. In fact, Liège is definitely one on the cards, one that we've explored in terms of flying down to Frankfurt and then driving down to Liège, which is under an hour. We've just got to make sure that we've got positions at Liège. That's the key. is making sure that we've got positions, because it's a very desolate place out in Liège. So you're kind of on your own out there. I don't think they're going to be making any provisions for plane spotters. It would be more a case of speaking to the likes of Volga Dnieper, who actually have a maintenance section out in Liège. So we would obviously want to. I've spoken to them pre-pandemic about that, so they're already aware that we want to do something out there, and that would be having a right nosy round all of their AN 124s, IL 76 aircraft, stuff that's out there. Oh, sorry about that. So he wouldn't have minded then, after all that. All the way back to the tube, I was thinking, oh, I should have stopped like that time when I was just in a cafe, and there was flipping, what's the name? What's the name of that American? One who's having problems with her old man. Britney Spears, yeah. Yeah, I know. But I was in a restaurant and it was like Britney Spears sitting there with her sister, and I should have just said hello, like you do. You know, what's the problem? It's only a human being, isn't it? Andy Cameron, yes, most definitely. Liège, mate. Liège. Of course, we've got next week in the UK. Well, when I say next week in the UK, we've got the weekend show next weekend, of course, and then the following week we've got Toulouse, which is going to be really interesting, because when is the last time we went to Toulouse? Did we do one? We did one post lockdown one, didn't we, or something, Gilly? I'm sure we did a post lockdown one show in Toulouse. July the 31st last year. Wow. I think I was, yeah. Yeah, I think we were there for a long time. Yes, I did. In the rental car, yeah. 8 minutes. 8 minutes. Fandango. Got a new member, Colin Johnson, upgraded to first class, actually. Good upgrade, Colin, thank you. Gerald Mark Jenkin, I'm so pleased to be able to watch this, Jerry, as we aren't able to go across the pond. Gerald, an absolute pleasure to bring it to you and everybody else, of course. What's that, GP? Go ahead. Oh, okay, yes. The Crystal Palace Tower, which is in the distance there. It's not how good my camera is. That's not the Eiffel Tower. That is the Crystal Palace Radio Tower. Good evening and welcome to the BBC, here from Crystal Palace. Well, that was just a radio tower. It's a radio tower, isn't it? Yeah, something you've done, mate. Nothing to do with us, called Bless You Blow Me a Rarely and Do Dead Malali. Neil Garland, that's the UK fly. Hope Sleepy Joe, Sleepy Joe B, lets the UK fly to the US by Christmas. We are due to fly out to spend Christmas with my wife's parents, Neil Garland. I hope that happens for you, my friend. I wouldn't count on it, but then again, we can always be hopeful that might happen for you. Of course, we are hoping to get out to, there's your Air Malta. We're hoping to get out to Canada in September. It's nice and colourful, isn't it? There you go. There you go. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, I say. This is 737 freighter still over at something big and growly. It's probably a 319. Colin Johnson. Oh wow, 757. Listen to her go. Wow, look at that climb rate, man. Oh, hilarious. Flipping heck. Insane, man. Oh man, flipping heck. Oh dearie me. Wombat. Like that. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, yeah. Oh, what a shame! What a shame. Sorry about that. Stevie Lusker, more planes in the sky, not 380s, I'm afraid. Yeah, man. Yeah. 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 Nah, man. No. No. You see? Sorry about that. Nothing. No, no United stuff. I mean, we did see United go out earlier on, but nothing down at that those T2 gates down there. Nothing at all. Which is interesting because you know, I mean that's where I flew out of, wasn't it? That gate down there, that T2 gate. Bloody missing this one. Turned a bit breezy again. A bit southwesterly. Oh, look at the swing on that. Oh, if I hadn't followed that 757 out for as long as I did, I would have got that 380. Sorry, folks. It's a big balls up on my part, that one. been dipping his nose in the sherbet, look. Got linked up with a BA 777 pilot. Look at that, 2 SASs, one after each other. Wow. Happy, now you have to stay until it departs at 8:40. Oh, we should be here at 8:40. That's the plan, Stan. And also at 8 o'clock, which is in 55 minutes, I don't know whether they've completed the runway works on the northern runway, but for the last week they have been closing down the northern runway at 8 p.m. Austria. Come on now. What else? Okay. Etihad. Wow, big swing, man. Obviously, kicking it, getting it straight on the centre line. Just at the point of touchdown. Some doing it well, they're still riding it on the mains. Others wait till they're on the centre line. Then you feel a big lurch if you're a passenger. It depends on where you are in the plane, really, but it seems to be much more noticeable when you're sat at the back of the aircraft. Wow. Look at the rake of that horizontal stabiliser. You can see the mark on the fuselage where it would normally be at its neutral position. That's way down, isn't it? That must be something to do with the high winds on approach, or at least the stiff breeze on approach. You can clearly see where it would normally sit in its neutral position. So that's set for landing. Probably won't go back up into its neutral position until it's ready to roll out for departure. Because you do see them at gate often with. It's not something that they generally tend to do, like reconfiguring the aircraft, leading edge slats being pulled back, flaps. Vehicles, no, not at the moment. Other than what's that there? There's a little fella going out. That's a sweeper, I think. Well, we'll see whether they close the runway down. That's the question, isn't it? Is whether they starting to gather. Because as far as the any runway repairs that have been I'd have thought if they were going to do any works, it would be down by the Burns, which is the strip of tarmac where most of the runway takes most of its pounding at landing, which would more likely be sort of like around that area there. I think that's the Burns area down there. But I can't see any noticeable I also did. I know I mentioned it the other week on the show, folks. Those the remote control tugs that they use at Terminal 5, and I think it's maybe, well, most definitely at Terminal 5 for British Airways, still there, still parked up. A350 going up. That's another airline that regularly flies one of their heavy jets, as opposed to their 320s or 321s. We do obviously see their single aisle jets here at Heathrow. But Okay, Aer Lingus new livery favours. Fan man, Jerry needs a wingman or a mirror man. There we go. I do need a mirror, don't I? I need a mirror on it. Oh, I don't know. Thank you very much, Liz Matthewman. Thanks, folks. Marcus. Good day, everybody. Hope you're doing well. Joe Bramley, yes, it is. It is quite breezy here. You can see from the treetops that there's a bit of a breeze blowing. Not really enough to catch these guys out. Planting them straight down the middle. Straight down the middle. It went straight down the middle. Bop, 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 bop. Oh, there we go, Barry Quinn and I watched the remote tugs being used from the BA Lounge last Sunday. So there we go. Not easy to see them from this position, but they are there, being utilised. Maybe one of those out of the far end. That's the honey truck going in there. They call it the honey truck, but it is actually more like the poo truck. £1.50. Oh, okay. Roger that. Well, of course it is. Just be nice to throw one back at him. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, no problem at all. You know. It's laughable though, isn't it? Calvin Grant, third out. What is third out? What is third out? The bash mode! It's the bash mode here. Great to see you, Debash. Haven't seen Debash for quite some time. Wonderful to see you. Stewart scale models. Keith, it's not a case of being able to see it from a distance. It's a case of knowing it when it's like at a mile out and knowing it. But anyway, Guy Lawrence, you have China Southern 380 doing the same thing down to Sydney today. Comes down empty, leaves empty, especially when we have 4 330s from there here every day as well, Guy Lawrence. Wow. Videro, Embraer E190, 20 minutes out. Ian Snelling telling us. Thank you, Ian. Try and remember that one. Kisa and the Moo-Moos, when are electric pushbacks happening? Heard plane tugs are being phased out. Is this right? Oh, not for quite some time, Kisa. That's a long way off. However, not just these remote electric tugs, but e-powered tugs are definitely the next generation of man-powered tugs. When I say man-powered, I'm saying driven physically by men or women or human beings, as opposed to a guy or girl standing there with a remote control in his or her hands, remotely operating a tug, which are very small and very compact, and obviously save a lot of space, and obviously have a, I mean, I say a zero footprint. It's a difficult one to say, isn't it? Because to manufacture the batteries, the actual manufacturing process of the batteries does have quite a significant carbon footprint to it. However, once it's done, it's done. It's not like a big diesel engine that just pumps out CO2 all day, every day for the next 20 years. So, you know, in terms of weighing it all up, the pros and cons of it, it's definitely more beneficial to have e-powered ground equipment. And I guess that's probably where airports around the world will end up eventually, by having everything airside, powered by battery. I mean, it's perfectly feasible already, probably with their ground vehicles, the operations vehicles. Once those existing vehicles run out of their current program, they will probably switch to e-power, I would imagine. Kind of makes sense. Marcus, do they use the similar tugs we saw at Zurich here at London Heathrow, or are they still using the manual tugs? No, Marcus, they will use the lift and push tug or pull tug. They'll use all different types of tugs here at London Heathrow. Same type as we saw at Zurich, where they will drive into it. And is this Aer Lingus now? Yes, it is. Okay, Aer Lingus in the new livery 330. And I did notice when I was on board the A340-300, same fuselage, same setup as the A330, that there is a noticeable upward rake at the back of the aircraft, which is something somebody pointed out quite some time ago, but is now definitely something that we looked at. And you can see there the back windows, there is a step up. It definitely curves upwards, and that is to make way for maximum capacity in the belly of the aircraft for freight, and to be able to get the you can see there from about the 6th or 7th window back, there is a distinctive curve in the upsweep of the windows heading towards the back. Of course, flew on one of those with Aer Lingus out to New York from Dublin, flying from London Heathrow to Dublin, then transiting there. Of course, the US border is actually at Dublin as well, so you go through US customs before boarding the flight out to the United States, which is quite interesting when you're there, because it's all proper American personnel and everything. US flags everywhere, you know, United States Department of Justice or whatever it is. You know, the big plaque that's on the wall. La 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 la. Luke Deshower saying brand name on Aer Lingus is quite small. Are you talking about Aer Lingus, the wording on the fuselage there, Luke? Oh, Rene's saying something to do with the what? What, the up curve of the cabin floor, or oh, okay, that's I have to check that out. Or is he I don't know. Beautiful sky. Nice. What? What's that? Oh, there it is. I know. Oh, well. Lufthansa Regional CRJ. It's the first time, well, not the first time, but that's quite rare. Normally, we would obviously see the Lufthansa CRJ, full branded Lufthansa. Can't recall the last time we saw the regional jet. Wow. Okay, next to that tree. Virgin 350. Could be Captain Chris, who knows? It is very United, yes. Yes. Okay. Wow, talk about break to vacate. He's coming off early. quite a few people booking up here for the Hyatt place under the package, Big Jet TV package that we have done jointly with the guys here at the Hyatt place. But always open for pre-bookings if you want, folks. Bring the family, bring the kids, bring the wife, bring the girlfriend, bring yourself. Stay in one of the big 5.5 meter window rooms here below me, and look out over the airfield. Great morning views when you wake up, and of course great eatery downstairs, lovely bar, lounge, dining area. And one really important thing is obviously the staff here are just fantastic as well. Very caring, understanding, and there for you if you need them. Of course, you get access exclusively up to the Blue Sky Suite, right up on the top here, next to me. Blue Sky Suite is right there, and that in there gives you the opportunity to look out over the airport and enjoy the views and the spectacle that is London Heathrow. Watch all the movements. A bit like sitting there and just watching, a bit like Miniature Wonderland in real scale. Andrew Rideout loves the 330-300. Cookie Monster. What's that? Icelander, Max 8 getting closer. Alan Robbins. Thanks, Alan. Got that one. Okay, let me have a look and see. Heathrow is on approach now. Okay, so this is the E2 EJet launch customer for the E2 EJet. In Icelandair is to the north of me, vectoring for the northern runway. What's that, GP? Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Look at that wing. Blimey. Yeah, they call it the honey truck. The ground crews call it the honey truck, but it is the it is for the toilets. It's a much nicer word to call it the honey truck, isn't it? Obviously not for honey. Heathrow. Saw a lot of these last week. Now very familiar with them. Of course, look at the winglet, folks. Other Embraers, other variants of the older Embraer, 45, 145, 175, 195, having upswept winglets, sharklets. But as you can see, this has a raked style wingtip to it. Revised engine. Newer engine, big engines, and of course the I'm guessing almost completely revised wing, a new wing to accommodate that bigger engine. Can't really see that raked tip until you, well, either above it or below it. But it is very Boeing-esque. Interesting to see, as I noted a few times before, that the double vortex generators on the engines, one either side, to direct the airflow over the wing. You can see that strip on the side of the engine, that's actually a vortex generator. Now you can see the pointy end of the wingtip there. They've got a special livery, Widerøe, haven't they? Is it a camouflage? Is it some kind of camouflage, I seem to recall? Yeah. Is that Widerøe, the tank one? The tanks game or something, wasn't it? Yeah, it is an E2, but I don't know if it was Widerøe's or... it's definitely Belavia, right. We saw it at Frankfurt. Saw it at Frankfurt, yeah, on the airside show. Okay, interesting. We got anything on approach? Got stuff on approach? Yeah, got nothing. Okay. What? Okay. Wants me to describe what it is? Oh, okay. Well, it's yeah. I mean, it's a blister that basically is a compartment to house electronics equipment for satellite communications and other peripheral stuff. The bigger ones, well, obviously for Wi-Fi, isn't it? There's the Wi-Fi connectivity and so on and so forth. Yeah. Hello, that's interesting. Big load of lights just gone on down there. Can you see the lights down there? It's like, oh. No, that's all the snow equipment, that is. That's all the snow moving equipment. Well, I don't know, actually. Hold on a minute. Is that sunlight that's just hitting that? It might be sunlight, you know. I think it's sun because, look, there's the sun there. And it may be just hitting the building there. Because it's hitting the edge of that... yeah, it is, look. It's hitting the edge of that... maintenance hangar as well. See right inside that maintenance hangar, man, it's crazy. Look at the structures inside there. All used to be there for the 747s, of course, and they've all gone. It's just the Max on approach, I think. Luke, you can't figure out what the design is on Widerøe. Probably better to just go to Google and have a look, Luke. You'll probably be able to get a little bit more information there. Max alert, Lisa Pedersen Rowe. Thank you, Lisa. Sunlight breaking through the cloud, Joe Weaver saying. Start up. Nice. Nice. Okay. "15 minutes to 8 o'clock. What amp? Lisa Pedersen, bro. Tidy looking aircraft. And Marcus loving the winglets on the Max. Yeah, the split scimitar winglet. First ever introduced actually on the DC-10, believe it or not, from many moons ago. Actually, sorry, my apologies. The MD-11 was the aircraft to introduce the split scimitar style winglet. The DC-10 was the test bed for the fence style winglet, which eventually ended up on the 747s, but never actually ended up on the DC-10 because they felt that it didn't, well, for whatever reason, they just didn't introduce it. Probably because by the time they had finished all the development and planning, DC-10 was changed to the MD-11, and of course the MD-11 had the split winglet on it. And of course positioning of that fuselage blister is pretty critical in terms of airflow across the aircraft, the upper part of the aircraft, and over the vertical stabilizer, because obviously that vertical stabilizer relies on perfect airflow, and positioning of the SATCOM's blister will be positioned based on just where the airflow comes back to being normal, should I say, before it reaches the lower part of the vertical stabilizer, or over the empennage, the entire empennage, which is the collective name, I believe, for the horizontal and vertical stabilizers. Basically everything from that the back air, from the bulkhead back, the flying parts of the rear section of the aeroplane. Looking to see, not seeing any, that dust cart's been sitting around there, just doing, minding his own business, doing some work. No. Bainser, what's the easiest way to tell if it's a Max? Good question, that, Bainser. Yes, the engines would be one thing, but also note the back of the APU of the aircraft. Very sort of like conical, much like the Dreamliner, whereas the 737, the older variants, the NGs even, have that vertical, as you can see there. It's got a more of a slit to it than a conical shape. I think the development of the Max was some of the designs were taken from the Dreamliner, because you can see the Dreamliner's got that design of APU exhaust to it, the outlet. These things you learn from looking. I see some lights going on in there. Normally you see some screens. Oh, there we go. Advertising boards. Sit what? Indeed, Guy, it is like the Dreamliner. I think when Boeing developed the 737, they incorporated that Dreamliner style APU purely because it is a far more aerodynamically effective design than the old style design, because I think you'll find, if I'm right in saying, but if you look at the 737 NG and all previous models, just to the left and the right of the APU, you'll see 4 little fins either side, which are vortex generators, which were no doubt incorporated to clean up the airflow over the back of the aircraft, because possibly the design of the APU being vertical like it is, maybe they had a few issues with it, and that's why they put the vortex generators there, much like as you can see there, something that we discussed on the show last week in Zurich was, if you can see there, you see the fairing at the bottom of the vertical of the tail fin there on those 330s. You see the little sort of like fillers, look a bit like filler there at the bottom, which is another aerodynamic addition, which is visible both on the A340 and 330s. Something that they obviously incorporated because of airflow across the back of the aircraft in order to clean up the airflow. So perhaps that little fairing there carries out the equivalent of what the vortex generators on the 737 do. No such structural piece on the 777, but just something that I noticed the other day while I was looking closely at the A330s, that they do have those fairings on them. Daniel Carling, when is the next Battle of Britain Memorial Flight live stream? Oh, I don't think we've ever had one, to be honest with you, Daniel. Not that I can remember. We've obviously had air shows where the Battle of Britain Memorial Flight has been featured, but nothing specific with those guys at the BBMF. Terry Thomas, Jet 2 currently operates an Airbus A321, which I see quite often in Manchester. Okay. Well, remember the old Jet 2 757s as well, man? Oh. Wonder if they've still got any of them in their fleet. So nothing visible showing that they're going to shut this runway down at 8 o'clock like they have done over the past week. Ah, Scott. That's very interesting. I'm sure it's not changing your lives, but it is always interesting because, you know, until you look at it, we're talking about that fairing, it's like, oh yeah, that must be, it must have been quite a dirty airflow that was running off the back of that aircraft. So they've obviously just made it the simplest way of doing it is put fairing there. As you can see there, the wings where they're attached to the aircraft is just not straightforward like fuselage and wing. There is obviously a fairing that's there to smooth the airflow. Oh, Lemmy O'Reilly. Really? Oh, Sue Lawson, Jet 2 still have the 757s. Thanks, Sue. Great info. Wonderful to hear. Hopefully we'll see some action at Manchester. Paul Henry, when is your next RAF Coningsby show? Good question, that, Paul. Soon, I'm thinking. We're figuring out what we're going to do for the midweek show this week. and it may well be because Coningsby has been a long time coming. So we might well be doing something militaria this coming week. So stay tuned, Paul. Guy Lawrence, rubber at the rear. Oh, rubber at the rear are infill, so when it moves with the angles of attack. Oh, he's talking about the, yeah, on the horizontal stabilizers. That's what he's talking about there, the rubber at the rear. He's talking about there the angle of attack, which is something that is, where you can see it there. There's different systems that they use, different designs. Boeing, that's a typical Boeing design there. But Airbus on the 340 and 330 have that very sort of like, it is rubber, like he's saying. It's a very odd sort of like, way of doing it, but it is, and that, as you can see there, on that, you can see there where the horizontal stabilizer will keep the angle of attack of the aircraft absolutely optimal for airflow to stop it from stalling, and also to maximise its efficiency in terms of its flight, the angle of flight. Kevin Barnett, is it correct that Lufthansa are withdrawing some of the 747-400s from storage and bringing back into service? Well, Kevin, if you had have watched with us in Frankfurt, you would have seen. Yes, is the answer to your question. Lufthansa have already brought one of their 747s 400s back into service to cover for extra passenger demand. And the plan is to have, I think there were 4 in total or 3 in total that were stored. And most definitely we are likely to see more of them appearing. And we actually caught one on the show at Frankfurt. So yes, Kevin, you are correct. Oh, fan man, yeah. I'll always be out there, all elements. All it is just a case of, it's still me inside it, but it's just a massive, great big load of clothing on me. Scotty Tarpley, you still see the 2E757 coming to Birmingham. Yeah. Well, hopefully more. Good to see you, Scotty. Lufthansa use their 747 on tourist flights to Mallorca, if I remember right. Majana saying. Partly right there, Majana. I think they're just actually using their 747s, 800s actually, on some of those services. Just again, purely down to passenger demand. So, Gilly, we've got what have we got? Nearly 8 o'clock, bang on 8 o'clock, and there's no sign of any equipment. I think they've finished. I think they've. Well, yesterday apparently you said that they did close at 8 o'clock yesterday. Mind that. See ya. Yeah, Guy. I know. The fairing basically runs all the way round the wing, the point at where the wing joins the aircraft. Obviously, it needs to. I mean, it's pretty standard on standard, as you can see there. The fairing at the front of the wing all the way to the back. It also encases the undercarriage. Where the undercarriage fold into as well, and on some aircraft centre tanks as well. So quite a lot of stuff goes on underneath that fairing, which is why it's needed for aerodynamic reasons. Kelvin Grant, 319 in from Newquay. Have I missed that one? Magma 747 passing northeast of the field shortly. Stuart Frodsham. Don't think I'm going to get that one for any fact. That was probably a long time ago. Sorry. What runway is arrivals? Levi Mead. We are on 27 right, Levi. Martin, all inbounds are still being given 27 right for landing. So yes, that is it. Then we the runway maintenance has been completed. So we were hoping to get a little, maybe a little nosy. Oh, Kelvin, thank you. It was the last BA landing. My apologies. Qatar 777, 9 minutes out. Guy Lawrence saying. Thank you, Guy. See the single flash on the Boeing. It's flash for Airbus, single flash for double flash for Airbus, single flash for Boeing. If you ever see an aircraft at high cruise altitude, and all you can see is its nav lights. Well, its flashes, should I say. Nav lights are always the same: red on the left, green on the right. Much the same as its maritime historical past, to show the port and starboard of a boat, don't you know? See that beautiful winglet? Been dipping his nose in the sherbet, that one. And just a little note also that the horizontal stabilizer that we talk about, the back end adjustment, is called the trim stabilizer. It's called the trim because it's something that you can during flight you can manually trim out. That's something that used to happen way back in the day with the old analog jets. Used to actually, there is still on some aircraft the central trim tab wheels. Either side of the box, some at the back. 737 has them. You can manually operate them, but they are not powered hydraulically like power steering or anything like that. So you have to actually manually power them. But the autopilot systems, the auto systems, will trim the aircraft out during flight, so that it's something that you just don't notice at all. It is something that's just another auto system that operates alongside the autopilot. Guy Lawrence, yes indeed, 747-8 Dreamliner engines. The GenX, the GENX engines, almost identical, well, identical really, to the Rolls-Royce Trent 1000 engines that you're seeing there, which, if you remember, Virgin Atlantic had massive issues, but all those problems have now been solved. In fact, I think Virgin and Rolls-Royce were actually quite grateful that they had the opportunity during COVID to fix all of those issues knowing that at some point, those aircraft were going to return back into service. So, good for them to manage to fix it. 737 freighter on the push. Luke Lewis is a new member. Welcome, Luke. Good to see you here. One more 350 for Virgin due November, December. This is coming from Marty McFlyboy. Yeah, we were aware that there was a... And also don't forget, folks, next year, possibly, Virgin going to be taking delivery of their A339s as well. Not quite sure how far down the line that is. Obviously, due to the COVID issues, that may well have been put back by a couple of years, if anything. Yes, in a leisure config, what he's talking about there is the aircraft will be set up for the leisure market and not for the business market. Ian Snelling, KLM 737, 728 minutes out. Thank you for that. Guy Lawrence, yes indeed, Air New Zealand had issues as well, and as did any airline that had the Trent 1000 Trent 1000 engines powering their Dreamliner fleet. Air New Zealand actually grounded their entire fleet, yes, it did cause them immense problems. But again, another airline that maybe was benefited from COVID slowing down the demand of their aircraft so that they could deal with the problems with Rolls-Royce. Oh, Luke Lewis was the one who you met at Heathrow on the Air India flight on the 16th of July. Ground worker, one of the guys on the ground. I'm not sure, but very nice to see you, Luke, and a very warm welcome to you, my friend. Mike Spink, the singing salesman. Oh, Luke, no, he was the one in one of the ops vehicles who drove us around, wasn't he? I think, maybe, I don't know. Sorry, Luke. I met quite a few people on that day anyway. Has anyone ever flown with Eurowings, and what was your experience with them like? Scooter Springsteen asking. Well, I can imagine that no one's probably going to, unless they, just happen to catch a crew member who was a little bit got out of bed the wrong day, wrong side that day, perhaps. But in general, whatever airline you fly with, you're always going to have a decent experience. It's really down to, whether everything's on time. Boarding the aircraft is always decent, it's always fine. Nice, smiley, happy faces, in-flight meals, snacks and so on and so forth. Again, nice, happy faces. Sometimes you might have had a bit of a bad experience because the weather might not have been very good. It may be a bit, but that's not down to the airline, is it? It's down to a Mother Nature, God bless her. This is Qatar's 777. Hold it, sir. Luke's in the Terminal 2 check-in desk. Okay. For Air India. Okay, Luke, wonderful to meet you, my friend. Thank you very much indeed. Wow, very little flare. Get that flare, son. Hey! What was that? Yeah, very nice to meet you, Luke. Sorry if I forget. I just met quite a lot of people on that day, obviously. But thank you, sir. God, I tell you, it's gonna be blustery up here in the winter, man. It's gonna be cold up here in the winter. Oh yeah. Another startup. He's a happy 777, look. Isn't he, eh? Got a little smile on his face. Whee! Should make a left turn. That would be pretty cool. Oh. Yeah, probably would. Oh, that's beautiful, isn't it? Look. Oh, he was with his dad. He was with his dad. Luke was with his dad. They were flying somewhere. It was at the check-in desk, yeah. Yeah. Right, Luke, I've got you now, mate. Yeah, it was when Nevedita, when him and his dad came up, said, "Oh, are you Jerry from Big Jet TV?" And I was like, "Yeah." And Nevedita took a picture of him and me, yeah, together. Brilliant. I hope you're well, Luke, and I hope you had a good time, good trip. That, as we used to say during lockdowns, that Swiss has gone long. No. Yeah, I mean, to be honest with you, the problems with the problems with that. I mean, I can understand it from a standard question. Would be like, the usability of solar panels on aircraft. First of all, you have to, once that power, it's got to be stored somewhere, i.e. batteries or a power station of some sort, which would obviously increase the weight of the aircraft and so on and so forth. I think in future the most likely thing we're going to see is a hybrid jet, which would basically use the jet engines, these particular high bypass turbofans, to get the aircraft off the ground and up to the cruise altitude. Once they're at cruise altitude, they would then switch to the hybrid e-power systems, which would obviously, once you're at cruise, you can throttle right back, and those engines would then be used for the majority of the crossing over the Atlantic, for example, and then sort of like 20 minutes before landing, the normal jet engines would be fired up, because you would obviously need to use the full power of the engines in the case of a go around or any emergency power that you need to call on, because obviously it's highly unlikely that at this stage you would be able to generate that much torque and power for a jet engine, at least the equivalent of, should I say. Oh, it's a lovely smell of Jet A1. But yeah, still a good question. Still a good question. Solar panels. I mean, the only thing I would imagine that would be potentially, yeah, I can't even imagine that it would be used to power up electrical systems, because that is something that's taken care of by onboard electrical systems, which are also powered by the engines as well. And in the event of a loss of power, you can drop what's called the RAT, the RAT, the ram air turbine, which is about a 3-foot long propeller which spins in the air, dropped underneath the aircraft and spins in the air. Something that we will see more than like and hear when we're at Toulouse. I always remember the first time when they were testing the RAT, because they do actually hang the RAT quite a lot on test aircraft when they're out in Toulouse, just to make sure that it's working efficiently. But it's funny because as they come past, it sounds like they're, you know, when you're on the motorway and you run over the rumble strip, there's that noise, and it's I couldn't figure it out at first, and then we figured it out that it was the ram air turbine. Yes, Martin, absolutely right. Batteries would eat in, which actually, you know what? I kind of disagree on that, because the weight of these new lithium batteries that are, you know, like for example, with the 787 is an all-electric start system, all-electric engines. Hello, what's going on here, Julie? Hold on. Oh no, it's the grass cutting crew coming out. It's a bit funny a time in the day, isn't it, to be cutting the grass? Oh well. Yeah, I think you know, the 787 has a lot of electrical systems on board. The power to dim the windows. Of course, they don't have window blinds in the Boeing 787. They have electric starts for the engines. They don't have an air start system on the Rolls-Royce Trent 1000 engines that they use on the Dreamliner. They have electric brakes. So there's a lot of electrical systems are used on the 787, and of course they do have batteries. Now, bear in mind that when you have a hybrid engine system, the chances are that those the combustion engines, so to speak, the normal jet engines will, when they're running, will charge the batteries. And of course, when the electrical engines are switched on and the other ones are switched over, then the rotation of the fan blades themselves will in turn power the batteries as well. But I mean, obviously this is something that needs developing and will obviously in time, in quite a few years, I'd imagine, many years ahead of us, probably be 6 foot under by the time that comes along. Anyway, Blue Air Max after the BA320, is that inbound? Emirates 777 on radar, EK32. Thank you, Paul. Miles high, yes. The point of ignition, when they open up the well, when the injectors start feeding fuel into the engine, after that noise. is a very sweet smell indeed. Notice some lights over there. What are they? I don't know what that is. Advertising hoardings, aren't they, of some sort? Yeah. Over Wembley Way, but not as far as Wembley, I don't think. All the lights are on now. (8:20). Still light. Paul Hiley, what happened to your English electric starter you were presented with at East Midlands? It's in my lounge as a piece of punk art right now, Paul. But I am planning to speak to the guys down at Gatwick to see whether or not they want it. I hope they do, because it's a rather large piece of equipment. I mean, to be honest with you, I don't mind it. I mean, I could probably turn it into a lamp or something like that, you know. Put a light pole through it or something, I don't know. Mark, did you read the report on the 787 nose gear collapse? No, Mark. Tell us. Aviation Gamer, what's your maximum zoom? About 38,000 feet, Aviation Gamer. Obviously it starts to pixelate after a time, but goes straight through I think it's the analog zoom into the digital zoom or something like that, times 90. The eye zoom or whatever it is. It says times 32 times eye zoom on here. So, you know, I mean, it's not crystal clear when you zoom deep, but you know, it's pretty damn good. You know, see, it starts to pixelate a little bit. Pixelation. Great to see the hustle and bustle of Heathrow again, I've got to say. When I was there on last week, on Tuesday, amazing, very busy. All the retailers open again, restaurants open again. Frankfurt was a little bit more sort of, you know, you've got to sit down, you've got to check into the barcode and put your details in there, your contact number and all that. And I was like, oh, you know what? I was only trying to get a sandwich. I'll go somewhere else. But yeah, we've got to come and sort of feed. You know, you can't stand at the bar. Still a little bit more strict than a bit like we were a few months back here in the UK, out there in Germany. Understandably so. But here in the UK, none of it. Queues everywhere. Oh, no. Where, what, where, why, when, where, what? Synchronized tractor grass cutting there. Diesel 1 through the nights slowly drawing in, that they are. Here we go again. Blue Airs Max. Is it a Max? It is a Max, yeah. Scalloped engine cowls, sliding reverser doors, and as you'll see right there, the cone shaped. Now let's just have a look and see if they've got the vortex generators on the Max. Don't think they have, you know. No, there are no vortex generators, you see there, as there would normally be. Oh! Hey-oh! Plain Mad Dean. That's one that we're praying for, Dean, along with all the others. Of course, Vietnam Airlines with their beautiful slick A350s and Dreamliners in that all green, metallic green livery. Remember them, man. Levi Mead. It's a question and a half. Why did Airbus start at 18, 318, and now 301? Don't quite understand that, Levi. Of course, don't forget that the A300 was the first development aircraft, I believe, at Airbus. Prior to the A3 18, 19, 20. I think actually the A320 was before the 318, or in that, something like that. Derek Gray, yes, you do have to still wear a mask on planes, and a proper one as well, not a cloth one. Aviation Gamer, BEA, is that Gatwick has not moved for a couple of days? No, I doubt it. Aviation Gamer, more likely she's just not being used at the moment. Although there is talk, where is it, end of November, that she's going to be retired. To whence and where, we don't know. Bainser, last time we saw Ty was during COVID. I think lockdown 1. They were still, was it? Oh, Thai, sorry, my apologies. Sorry, Thai, yes. Sorry, I was thinking of Vietnam, sorry. Thai has been back, Bainser, yes. Did cot twist, thank you. William Patrick, well observed. Kevin saying Ty took off yesterday. Thank you, Kevin. Salo, a very warm welcome to you as a new member. Welcome, Salo. Is there a reason Airbus are all 3 series? Not quite sure what your question is there, Bainsa, unfortunately. Like 318, 319. Yeah, we're just larger and smaller variants, Bainsa. 318 smallest, 319 going up a little bit longer, 320 a little bit longer, 321 is the extended version. Same with the 330, 200 and 300. This is a 200 that you're seeing now. Oh, okay. Well, I think it was because the first aircraft was an A300, which was for 300 passengers, and then they stuck with a 3. Simple as that. Planes at night look so cool, man. It's like when you go and buy a car at night. You can't see all the rust and the dents and the scratches. Oh. Right. Well, that's sustainable aviation fuels, isn't it? At the moment, they're running maximum 10%, I think. But you know, it's going to be quite some time before the next generation of engines are able to run fully on sustainable aviation fuel. Of course, at the moment. Well, I mean, there is no lifespan of a 380, is there? You're talking about, 25, 30 years, something like that, just so long as it's maintained. Yeah, and also it's, in terms of an airframe, any aircraft will go on for years and years and years, won't it? I mean, the 747 is a perfect example. The older jets. I mean, there's still DC-8s flying around. The fuel. A good question. Who was that who asked that? Derek Gray. Fuel. The fuel vehicles. It's all one. It's not like you see BP or Shell or Texaco at the airport. Not here at Heathrow anyway. All of the fuel, the refuelers will be. Most of them will either be taking it from the ground, which is fed into underground pipe systems via the fuel storage there. Most of the, I'm guessing that most of the airports will buy fuel on contract from you know, from various fuel, aviation fuel manufacturers, like for instance, some fuel companies do not have aviation fuel services, whereas like for instance you do get BP Air and Shell Aviation, Shell Jet A1, isn't it? You know, but yeah, the airport will buy and hedge their fuel. Airlines will also be that will be determined on what the airlines hedge as well in terms of their future fuel requirements. We did hear that apparently, fortunately for Virgin Atlantic, they did not hedge on fuel, whereas British Airways did. So they lost quite a substantial amount of money there by not utilising that fuel during the crisis. But in general, the fuel will not be branded at the. Although saying that, I have seen fuel bowsers some places with like Esso and Texaco on them. I'm sure that's like up at Stansted or somewhere like that, where the trucks are branded. Some of them are branded, not big, like colourful branding, but like just on the cab door. In fact, now I'm thinking about it, I'm pretty sure I've seen fuel trucks, because sometimes it's a Bowser style truck, and other times, like we saw at Zurich when we were filming turnaround of an aircraft there, that was using a fuel rig, a mobile fuel rig, which basically pumps the fuel from the ground up through the rig, literally like a mobile fuel pump, and then pumps it up into the wings. But yeah, now the more I think about it, I'm sure I've seen fuel trucks with branding on the doors, and on the tanks themselves as well. So, but it's not something that you see generally very often on the fuel storage containers. Just there's something starting. What's that? Oh, T5's well lit up now, isn't it? Okay, approach. Can't get enough of those grenade carb killers. Factory massive, 215,000 square foot production facility opened August the 10th. What? Oh, the Aldi, yeah. Oh, that was there forever, wasn't it? Yeah. Oh, vortex of the winglets. Nice. Hangzhou. Is it? Oh, is he? Oh, okay. Working on it as in... Nice. The hustle and bustle of an airport. Isn't it lovely? Oh! I hear a Wookiee howl. That sounds like a video. Oh, there we go. That was it. I'm sorry, Michael. Daisy, Daisy, give me your answer. Oh. Okay. Let's switch to that setting. Planes at night. Planes at night. Sorry. Singapore 350 on radar. On radar. Yes, Christopher, no. Very interesting. A photographic opportunity. Wow. Chris saying, not been on live for a while. Last time I was on, there was talk of being able to use this viewing point. What's the latest? Well, I think that quite kind of answers it, your own question there, Chris. This is it. Welcome to the Hyatt. Oh, okay. Oh, yeah, Chris. No. That's at the moment we are still, well, I say limited, but you're still able to, as a Big Jet TV guest, head up here if you're staying at the hotel. Come and use the Blue Sky Suite. Marjana, loving the lights. They are great, aren't they? Those lights may change at the end of that run there in a short while, because there may be something taxiing out from the right to the left, which is why that taxiway is closed off at the moment for anything approaching it, should I say. Or, well, we'll have to see. But you will see that those lights will change sporadically. Chris might have to book a weekend away. There we go. Yes, Chris. Lots of people have pre-booked the Hyatt place here. So just be aware. Please make sure that you plan it appropriately, because obviously the upstairs Blue Sky Suite does get used from time to time, not very often, but from time to time for office meetings, for bookings from companies booking it for their little meetings and stuff like that. So just make sure, and that's why we always say that it's better to book it either Friday, Saturday or Sunday, so as to avoid any disappointment of being able to get up here into the Blue Sky Suite, of course. Mark Appleby. Wondering how many LEDs there are around the airfield. Blimey, yeah. I mean, just the lighting alone for taxiways and so on and so forth must be a nightmare. I mean, I'm guessing that they don't have a sensor on each one that comes up on a board. I'm guessing that they probably just do maintenance checks around the taxiways just to see if there are any lights that are out. I'm guessing. Oh, so it was lighting that was the reason for the maintenance then. Oh, no, okay. Oh. Into LEDs. Right. 14,000, did you say? Oh. No, it doesn't. Maybe that was just that particular switchover at that time. Because there's a lot more than 1,720 lights that we're looking at here, I can assure you. Runway ahead. Flipping Nora. That's a bit more like it. Now these lights might change here, you see. Because there you go. They did change then, didn't they? There was a line just went out there. Oh, 5.5 million pounds. Okay, not 5.5 million lights. That's a lot. Hey, so it is a lot of lights there. This is proper lights out at Miniature Wonderland stuff, innit? Unforgettable. That's what you want. Okay, follow the greens. UN4. UN4 is a new member. Welcome. Oh, unforgettable fire. There we go. Nice emoji as well. A little doggy face on it. Look. Oh, it's emoji, right? Sorry. It's not an emoji. It's a thing. It's a profile picture. It's a puppet. Both knew. Apparently the 1,728 LEDs is just for centre line, touchdown zone, edge, threshold and stop lights. Daniel Whiteley saying, thank you Daniel. Yeah. I don't really know. Oh, go on, Philly. Shut up, Jack. Don't get Philly. Rosie, Ty, Rover, Rosie, Ty, Rosie. Rosie. Russ CT next in 319 Air France from Paris. Terry G, take care. What's lining up to go out, Jenny? Sorry, what was that? Oh, Singapore Slinger, right? Okay, the mini Slinger. Well, we'll catch her silhouette. Trevor Russell, take care, all the very best. Good to see you. And everybody else who's joined us today, lovely to see you, folks. We'll be back midweek, of course, on Wednesday. Maybe it won't be from here. It will be somewhere else. Who knows? But we will let you know. We will let you know. We're not going to keep you in the dark. Not like we are now. Boom, boom. Oh. 350 rolling, possibly. That's what you are. Unforgettable. Someone baking a cake? Left my cake out in the rain. What'd you do that for? I mean, why would you take your cake out in the rain for starters? And why would you leave it out there? Anyway, answers on a postcard. Stupid buyer. God blimey. Hurt me eyes, that one. Bit bright, wasn't it? Ah, I can't see. of Wonderland. I want to go back. I want to go back. It was great till the kids arrived, wasn't it? Mind you, it's lovely to hear all the kids going, oh, look, look, look at that, look at that. Miss, 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 he's pulled me laces off. Gary, good child. Good to know that you've enjoyed it, and everybody out there. There's a single, I can just see one single screen up there in the tower. Look, Julie. Oh no, there's one bloke all on his own. Look. Yeah. I'm over here. Can you hear me, mother? Bit of a grainy shot. Still there though. What's that? No, there'll be more than one in there. There'll be a whole team. It's just a door light or something, like an exit light or something. Like, you know, there's obviously a whole team of them up there. It's not one bloke up there on his own. Can you hold on a minute? I'm just on my own. Clear the land, 27. Right, hold on a minute. Well, someone left his cake out in the rain, didn't they? No, I sang it. I mean, the big question is someone left his cake out in the rain. Who was that person? Why did they have his cake? Why did they take it out in the rain? Why don't you just leave it in the house and eat it in the house? Was it a cake thief? I mean, who are we talking about here? HCC, beautiful even in the dark. There we go. Ride saying maybe watching Big Jet TV in the tower. What an absolute tar! Mini rail slinger. Here we go, there's another one going out. It's kind of mysterious, isn't it? Watching them at night. Imagine when he wrote the lyrics for that. Guys, I've got a great song. Okay, here it is. Okay, here's the chorus. Someone left my cake out in the rain. What are you talking about, mate? Can't you find something else to? Can't you find something else to sort of like, you know, rhyme with? Oh, that's a shame. That's a shame that she's out of focus there. Because it took so long to bake it. I mean, writing a song about a cake, yeah? Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. We aren't many loving Heathrow at night. We love Heathrow at night. Okay, from the top. 380 on radar apparently. From the top. maintenance area. British Airways. Virgin Atlantic. Still more maintenance. Terminal 2. Reaching all the way down here. Still Terminal 2. 2 and 3. Turning into 3 now. 3 on the right. That's the drop-off pickup point. That's the main terminal building. Parking areas. The walk through and down to Terminal 3. Terminal 4 behind there, you can't see it because it's out of sight. Control tower right there in the middle. Cargo hub right opposite. Remote stands. Fuel tanks. Now coming down to the satellites for T5. The T5 satellite terminals. Yeah, ages ago, didn't they? And finally T5. I think even the horses are back, aren't they? Yeah. Oh, blimey. Hello, hello, hello. What's all this then? No, standing on my legs. Standing on my legs, standing on my feet. Usual position, thank God. Alan Robbins, I'm with you, mate. I'm also old and not up to date. Oh, okay. Interesting. Ben mentioning about the pod parking. The pods have reopened. That's interesting. That's something that you'll see on future shows, folks. I don't know what time they're running up till, but that really does show that things are picking up. That's not one there, is it? No, that's a motor vehicle. But the pods, you would see them. That's the trackway just there. Ooh, a big wind up. Russ CT, thank you. Giving the information on what's next in. BA320 from Stockholm on finals, then a BA320 from Inverness on finals, then a BA320. Blimey, look how long that guy's going. Etihad. Very low departure. Almost pointless because it's just murky lights now for those departing aircraft. These are trackers again. Follow the greens. William Patrick, good night to you. Thank you very much for joining us, along with everybody else who's been along today. Terry Thomas, 380, on the move. Valerie Dickens, no BA 380s yet, Valerie. We still cross our fingers and hope that I think as soon as the borders open up in Canada, I think America won't be far behind it, you know. Yeah. Right. Can't go back. Debbie Speller, thank you very much indeed. Cameron Flying Banana, Paul H. What, the 380? Ben, you're going to... Good luck. You just have to say that is the... Didn't he catch the Iceland Air Max coming in earlier? Okay. No, it's not like they're rare as rocking horse poo anymore, is it? They're as common as muck now. So... see them every day. In other words, we see at least 2 or 3 a day, don't we, every time we come to Heathrow. Is that it there? I don't know. Oh, it's the Aer Lingus. 330, yeah? See the flash with the Airbus? Flash. Double flash strobes on the Airbus, single flash on the Boeing. Oh, I said it the other way around earlier on. Sorry if I did, to confuse anybody. Very, very stupid of there. Oh. Rob, did I miss something with the DHL 757? Well, you missed what happened after it. Well, actually, whilst I was focusing in on it, the bleeding 380 touchdown, didn't it? But there you go. So I missed the touchdown. I got the rollout, but I missed mine out. Emma's Paper Crafts is a new member. What a lovely place to be around Emma's Paper Crafts with a nice paper crafts. Flash, 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 flash. Glass bottle, bottle glass. 'Twas the moon. Oh. Something like that. Yeah, it's great, isn't it? Dracula styley. Yeah, Terry, you're right. We won't. So, out whom? What was that? Hey, Jilly? What was that? Acrahum! What was that? the howling at the moon? No, no. Acrahum! I don't know, whatever. Yeah. Okay, did you say Max is... Okay, believe it or not, folks, that is Icelandair's Max. Light the tail up at least. It's just a big blur, isn't it? Could be a lump of flipping plasticine for all we know, with flashing lights on it, being chucked up the road. Isn't it funny? You always remember things you did as a kid. Not always all the things all the things you did as a kid, but I remember one particular incident, which was like, you know, when my mate dared me to eat a Mars bar and a packet of opal fruits all at once, and I managed it. Whole lot in my mouth. Isn't it funny how you just remember things like that? You know, silly little things like that. Never got over it. Flipping opal fruits. Mike, get down quick fit, son. Get your brakes looked at. And next we have a 380, ladies and gentlemen. Believe me, it is a 380. At least it'll be big. There she goes. Oh yeah, you can clearly see she's the 380. Interestingly enough, got her cabin lights on, which is quite rare. At least I got the tail lit up, look. And two backward facing lights for the engines. Those big lights on the end of the horizontal stabilizers are what light the wing up, light the tail up. Other than that, it's definitely a 380. Eat you data buy it. Oh, that bit of moonlight glistening off of it. Was it? Oh, that's a bit of a shame, isn't it? That went out of, that popped out of focus. He's not slicing through the cloud there, is he? It just happens to be a... No, just... It's a... Blimey. Anyway. Alex Newbold. That's a good question. Are most of the Emirates 380s active? Well, a high percentage of them are. I don't think all of them are, though. I think maybe half of them, perhaps, something like that. I'm sure that Ben or somebody will probably answer that. Have a quick Google. Could see a get a whole full start up now. This China Eastern. Da, 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 da. There we go, Ben Brown. To the best of his knowledge. Okay. Half of them are active. Thank you, Ben. Just Google it. Wow. Well, I've got information that says otherwise here. According to data from FlightRadar24.com, 24 out of 254 A380s built are currently operational. This comprises 5 aircraft from China Southern, 1 from Korean Airlines, and 18 from Emirates. However, that doesn't mean that 230 aircraft are currently grounded. But that's certainly a lot less than half of the 119 A380s in the fleet with Emirates. So a little bit conflicting there. But I thought it was actually more than 18, but there's going to be all sorts of different figures coming in from all over the gaff. Jeremy Stokes, very good question. Heathrow is not a 24-hour. It is operational 24 hours, although they have a flying ban. I think at 11 p.m. Local. But they do, you know, get freighters that maybe come in during the night, and aircraft that they are obviously open for any aircraft that are diverted or emergency situations. Tony E-Bike saying, where's this China Eastern off to? It's not on radar. It's quite a lot of these freighters. Oh, is it? I was going to Shanghai, Tony, apparently. To be honest with you, radar apps are a funny thing, aren't they? They can be working perfectly on one person's phone who's standing next to you, and on your phone, you're getting a completely different readout. But you're looking at both looking at the same app. So, you know, it's very difficult to sometimes figure out what the hell's going on. A bit like what goes on in my head. What's that? Oh, there was a hack recently, wasn't there? He does. Incoming, Jerry. Also, data on flight radar showing total flights today 85,000 worldwide compared to this day in 2019, 127. Well, you know what? Some carriers reporting they're back up to 70%. Obviously, this depends on what part of the world these airlines are from, you know. But it does show promising numbers starting to come out. Ah, I'm blind. It's an outrage. Light your tail up, son. Go on. You don't light your tail up anymore. I guess they would do if they were in passenger configuration. This is an all freighter flight, so I doubt they're going to make a big point of it. Just full of test kits in it. 58,000 million test kits on one flight, and then it will be back tomorrow with another 58,000 test kits. Brian S, all the very best. Sandy Humby looks very sinister. Ghost ship. What's that? Oh, okay, yeah. Yeah. It's only gamers who would understand that, innit? You've got to find a cheat for it. Yeah, see BA do it. Whee! Good on you, man. Good on you. Yeah. Well, it's off the end of the horizontal stabilisers, isn't it? William Harvey, will I ever go to Australia? Bleeding right, mate. Yeah. Well, let's hope we will. Because once, you know, to be perfectly honest with you, when Australia's open, we know the rest of the world is open. Don't we? That'll be it, won't it? That and New Zealand. Well, I don't know, man, but yeah. But you would think so, yeah. You would think that that America what? Yeah, you know what I think the thing is that let's look.